We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So for a change, I'm joined this morning by Richard Dawson. Morning, Richard.
Morning, Ray. Great to be here.
So it's day 6 of the Australian Rowing Championships here at Lake Ngambie. What are you looking forward to today?
It's another packed schedule of racing, several finals to begin with. Of course, our under-17s and under-19s on the water early this morning, as is traditional at these regattas, and a few of the open finals as well in the first couple of hours of racing.
And then at the end of the day, when an old bloke like me sitting back in the lounge chairs, all of you young fellas will be doing the 500-metre sprint.
The sprint regatta, one of the highlights of the week. It's been a bit weather affected in recent years, but things are looking good here at Ngambie today for a thrilling couple of hours to conclude the program.
And I must tell everybody that my usual partner of first thing in the morning, Lizzie Chapman's a bit unwell, so she's having the morning off. So Richard stepped up. The first few finals, the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull and the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull. Some really exciting youngsters in these races, and then followed by the under-19 and similar boat categories.
Yeah, some great talent coming through. Many already very successful in the single and double sculls over the first couple of days. I think we're both looking forward to seeing the Pine Rivers and Canberra Sydney composite combination in the quad scull, who were first and second in the double scull yesterday as well.
And won their heat by 25 seconds.
Indeed,
or something
they did.
like that.
Yep.
So we'll be bringing racing to you from 8 o'clock. Hello to everyone all around the world, Colombia and Mexico and all sorts of places yesterday. We look forward to a great day's racing here in perfect conditions. The wind's a little less than yesterday. It's a bit dark, a bit cloudy. There has been a little shower of rain, but pretty good conditions for racing, and we'll bring it to you from the start of race 475 at 8 o'clock this morning.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships. Sport Australia, the Australian Institute of Sport, Hancock Prospecting, Rowing Victoria, the Strathbogie Shire Council, Ngambie Rowing Club, Greater Shepparton City Council, Victorian State Government, Coles Supermarkets, 776BC, Temper, KJR, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, Sykes, Perfect Balance Rowing, Ticketmaster, The Regatta Shop, Konica Minolta, and Ambulance Response Services. Rowing Australia would like to thank all event volunteers who have generously provided their time to become one of the Coles Supermarkets volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment have ensured that we can provide a successful and enjoyable event for all. A special thank you to Coles Supermarkets, who have supported all our volunteers throughout the whole event. When you're around the regatta this week, be sure to thank our great volunteers and volunteer boat race officials for all the support they're giving us and you this week. Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Australian rowing team, and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. The Australian Institute of Sport is the principal sponsor and partner of Rowing Australia. The AIS provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management and support structures, and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increasing Australians' participation in rowing. Sport Integrity Australia's advice is that no supplement is safe to use, and athletes should not risk their careers by taking a supplement. If you choose to use a supplement, lower your risk and find a batch-tested supplement in the Sport Integrity app. No supplement is 100% safe to use. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live via its Facebook page and also linked via our website all week until the final race on Sunday. Hello to our interstate viewers. We also want to say a big thank you to Perfect Balance Rowing, who have donated a Swift single Club B scull for the club that provides the most volunteers based on percentage of club members to the Australian Rowing Championships. It is not too late to volunteer. We still have opportunities available, so you can help to try and win that Swift scull from Perfect Balance Rowing for your club. Bont Rowing continues to dedicate itself to producing anatomically correct rowing shoes, supplying athletes in over 23 national teams. Designed by rowers for rowers, Bont Rowing shoes are built with a unique carbon fibre split sole for greater comfort, increased stability and maximum power transfer. Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders to service your boats and provide spare parts. We have Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintec, Rowfit and Perfect Balance Rowing.
I was talking to some Year 7 students here at Melbourne Copeland Secondary School about my rowing journey. The fact that it had its ups and downs and that it didn't come easy for me. It was great to talk to them and share my story.
When we met Alex, that was very inspiring to know that I'm meeting a gold medalist who's competed in the Olympics.
The students absolutely love it. At a public school, they don't get that opportunity to explore that avenue of sport.
The Coles Start to Row program is about trying to build the sport of rowing in different schools across the country.
Today I learned how to row efficiently by pushing more with your legs and with your arms.
Pretty cool meeting him, getting my hat signed, getting to hold his medal, cheering my friends on with their rowing.
They get so excited, and I think for them to see it in the flesh, they think that they can achieve that themselves.
Sam is a breathtaking building, and you're invited to step inside. Sam is experiences of awe and wonder. Sam is a soon-to-be-opened rooftop bar and a cafe with a view. Sam is the new home of Kaila Arts. Sam is a visitor centre and a gallery of gifts. Sam is a meeting place that unites us all through art, history and conversations. Sam is the Shepparton Art Museum. Our ground floor is open now.
In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. All cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. Keep Ngambie beautiful. Make sure that you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and daily draws, visit our website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. Check out the Regatta Village for a spot of shopping. We've got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sport Republic and Great Oars, rowing apparel from Pontoon Sports and 776BC, and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Plus, don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop. A special exhibition at this year's Australian Rowing Championships will celebrate the achievements of our Tokyo Olympians and Paralympians, as well as reliving the highlights of the Tokyo 2020 rowing regattas including the famous four-medal hall Hour of Power, and the moment Eric Horry OAM clinched his third Paralympic silver medal. The exhibition will document the experiences of Australia's rowing athletes as they navigated a 12-month Games delay. The exhibition is up by the 1,750 metre mark. Rowing Victoria is hosting the 2022 Australian Masters Rowing Championship from the 19th to the 22nd of May 2022 at Lake Wendouree in Ballarat. Visit rowingaustralia.com.au for more information. As just mentioned, Rowing Australia are excited to welcome back the 500 metre sprint events, a fast, fun and exciting racing format in excellent viewing for spectators. These will be run this afternoon from about 4 p.m. to conclude the regatta, so stick around to catch these races. This year, for the first time, Rowing Australia is hosting a coaching and officiating conference. It is at the Mantra on View Hotel in Surfers Paradise from Friday evening the 22nd to the 24th of April. Come along to hear from those involved in the Olympics and Paralympics, as well as Professor Jean Cote, one of the world's foremost coach educators. Professor Cote will be talking about effective coaching. Buy your tickets today at rowingaustralia.com.au. Get involved with the 2022 Anzac Indoor Rowing Challenge and row 2,504 metres as many times as you can on Anzac Day, the 25th of April. The 2022 Australian Rowing Championships is proudly supported by the Shire of Strathbogie, Greater Shepparton City Council and the Victorian State Government. Take your performance to the next level at the 776BC pop-up this Australian Rowing Championships. Learn how to get your club or school racing in 776BC custom teamwear, plus access exclusive regatta offers on 776BC's latest performance products, including their new technical outerwear range developed in partnership with the Australian rowing team. Croker Oars has crafted premium stillwater rowing oars for more than 5 decades. No other oar spells quality, craftsmanship and reliability like a Croker oar. Innovation is a big part of the Croker Oars story, always searching for new and improved technology so rowers can perform at their absolute best. Visit the Croker Oars tent for oars, rowing parts, Nilson Kellerman products, frog lights and advice on all things rowing. Every stroke counts, so when you think of rowing, think Croker Oars.
And speaking of Croker Oars, Richard, congratulations to Howard Croker, who was acknowledged recently by being made a life member of Rowing Australia for a lifetime of rowing involvement and cutting edge, as you've said, with the Croker Oars. And congratulations to Howard and Kay, of course. And yeah, well deserved.
Very, very well deserved indeed.
So the first race of the day, race 475, has just begun. The under-17 women's Cox quadruple scull. Lane 2, Loretto Ballarat. Lane 3, Swan River Sydney Fremantle Nepean Composite. Lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar School. Lane 5, St Catherine's School from New South Wales. Lane 6, Trinity Lutheran from the Gold Coast. And Lane 7 is Loretto Toorak.
Thank you, Ray. And yes, we're underway in the opening race of day 6 of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships. And As mentioned in the opening, some pretty decent conditions here this morning, and hopefully throughout the weekend. The wind largely has gone away from the last couple of days. There is a hint of rain, and in fact there was a small rain shower as we pulled into the car park an hour or so ago, but very good conditions for rowing here. And they're through now the first 250 metres of this race, the final of the under-17 women's Coxed 4.
Repeating the lane draw, lane 2, Loretto Ballarat, lane 3, Swan River Composite, lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar, lane 5, St Catherine's School, New South Wales, lane 6, Trinity Lutheran, and lane 7, Loretto Toorak.
Yep, it is definitely the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull, of course, this event. A few sculling boats to open the program today. And that wonderful vision coming through from the drone once again shows us that the lane 2 combination, the West Australian and New South Wales crew, so a 4-club composite. In fact, it's lucky Chris McCarthy's not here at this stage of the day. We'd be having some conniptions already, but it looks to be the crew of Olivia Harris of Nepean, Lila Five of the Fremantle Rowing Club, Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, and Greta Spencer from the Swan River Rowing Club. They are coxed by Sophia Wilson, coached by Mark Beer, Brendan Longman and Daniel Waddell. And it was certainly the Swan River crew who went through very comfortably in front there, it looks like, although from the pictures we're seeing, I don't quite see 6.5 seconds there, but it certainly is a bit over a boat length lead without doubt to the Swan River Composite crew in lane 5. From then the St Catherine's School, that's Sydney St Catherine's in lane 5, and Rockhampton Grammar School of Queensland in lane 4 between our leading 2 crews.
And thank you to Lachlan, our drone driver, who's providing some outstanding pictures. And the outstanding pictures last year were provided by Lachlan's father. So Tasmanians, and they're very good at their craft, and those pictures are there for all to see right around the world. And the Swan River Composite crew highballing it out in front of the St Catherine's School in second place.
And they certainly look to be extending their lead now in the second 500 metres of this race from St Catherine's there of Sydney in second place. Madeline Mannons, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, coxed by Jasmine Abela, coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley. And we learnt yesterday the former Irish rower coaching now at St Catherine's School in Sydney, and also Abby Gibbs there, one of the coaches of the St Catherine's combination, who sit there in the silver medal spot at this stage on lane 5 of the course. Between those leading 2 crews, it is the Rockhampton Grammar School of Queensland, then Greta McCosker, Asher Stewart, Georgia Brennan, Carolyn Sparks, and Austin Alloway there cocked in that boat, coached by Robin Fay and Caitlin Hawkins there on the Fitzroy River up in Rockhampton. And then the crew from Loretto Ballarat over in lane 2 would be in 4th place. But up towards and through the halfway mark go our race leaders from the Swan River, Sydney, Fremantle and Nepean rowing clubs, and they are certainly well clear by a bit over a length still. A really good race then behind them for the minor medals. St Catherine's, Rockhampton Grammar. Also there were Loretto Toorak on the camera side of the course as they went through that marker, just ahead in fact of Loretto Ballarat. So that's 4th and 5th, the 2 Loretto schools from here in Victoria. And then 6th was Trinity Lutheran, the second of the Queensland combinations in the race as well. So 2 Queensland quads here, 2 from Victoria, 1.5 from New South Wales, with our race leaders being a composite combination from 4 clubs, 2 in Perth and 2 in Sydney. So presumably a fairly good hand-picked combination of athletes there in that composite crew. Harris, Five, Tierney and Spencer and Wilson, the crew there, who have certainly had some success already this regatta in the smaller boats, as you expect, as these quad sculls start to be combined together. So Swan River Composite leading from St Catherine's, Rockhampton Grammar School. We narrowly third. Loretto Toorak certainly on the camera side of the course, as we get a good close-up shot there too of our race leaders. You can see the colours there of the Sydney Rowing Club in the bow seat of the boat. Which is not quite the advertised order we have here on the program, but we believe that to be the combination still. Olivia Harris, Lila Five, Neve Tierney and Greta Spencer. So Loretto Toorak, they're closest to the camera side of the course. On Northern Bank there, lane 7, is the crew of Olivia Hope, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Maisie Richards and Lucy March, coached by Luke Brusco. had an unlucky a semi-final, I think it was, at the head of the schoolgirls regatta. This crew ended up certainly in a lower final than they probably expected to be in. So looking for a degree of redemption here at the National Championships in the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull, the crew from Loreto Toorak, who are certainly very close now to the bronze medal alongside Rockhampton Grammar School in a very good push there from Loreto Toorak over the third 500 metres of the race. And then they led the crew from Loreto Ballarat Lane 2, Anna Howard, Daisy Darbin, Lara Antrobus, Bridget O'Brien and Madison Kale. And also there, Trinity Lutheran, Ali Sims, Scarlett Wood, Isabel Clifford, Ruby Hodges and Sophie Clifford, coached by Eric Rowan. So as they come now into the final, about 375 minutes of the race, it's been all the way so far for Swan River Composite of the West Australian and New South Wales combined crew there on lane 3. The good news about this bit of cloud cover early in the day is we don't have the sun boring in the commentary box window, so we have a fantastic view now down the course of these 6 quad sculls as they approach the end of this race, right on about 2:50 to go now as Swan River, Sydney, Fremantle and Nepean go past the 1,750 metre mark, leading the crew from St Catharines of Sydney. Loreto Toorak certainly looking good on the northern side of the course here. A really good race for the bronze medal, along with Rockhampton Grammar School in lane 4 and Loreto Ballarat, the yellow colours there on the far side of the course. And Trinity Lutheran too are coming home quickly up lane 6.
Loreto Toorak could steal the silver medal here away from that St Catharines crew. They're coming home very nicely indeed.
Yeah, they could indeed. They have gone past Rockhampton Grammar School, we saw, with about 500 to go. Now heading out after St Catharines of Sydney. Loreto Toorak and St Catharines Melbourne, of course, are great rivals in competition down here, but this is the St Catharines School from Sydney holding on to second place. Loreto Ballarat also from Rockhampton Grammar. Trinity Lutheran there the far side, but the gold medal and the Australian Championship in the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull will go the way very comfortably to the 4-club composite crew. Swan River Sydney, Fremantle and Nepean take the gold. St Catharines holding on from Loreto Toorak, coming home quickly, but will just run out of water there, and it will be St Catharines of Sydney by 2/3 of a length who'll take the silver medal. Bronze will go to Loreto Toorak. 4th is the Rockhampton Grammar School, just ahead, I think, of Trinity Lutheran, and then Loreto Ballarat narrowly 6th. A great race there to open the day, the final of the under-17 women's Cox Quadruple Scull, won by the Swan River Composite crew.
Yes, unofficially, Richard, first lane 3 Swan River Composite, second lane 5 St Catharines School, third is lane 7 Loreto Toorak, 4th Rockhampton Grammar, 5th Trinity Lutheran, 6th Loreto Ballarat. Unofficial winning time 7 minutes 52.17. The margin 6.21 by 1.82 by 4.72. And the under-17 men's Cox Quadruple Scull, lane 2 Newcastle Grammar Composite crew, lane 3 Kinross Wallaroy, lane 4 Ballarat Clarendon, lane 5 Prince Alfred College from Adelaide, lane 6 St Patrick's College of Victoria, and lane 7 is a Sydney Composite crew.
And already racing in the 8-10 race, away exactly on time here. Once again, our officials doing a great job, as they have throughout the week, dealing with ever-changing conditions here at Lake Ngambia, and they've got the 6 crews on their way, and it is, again, a pretty bright start to the crew. This time on the far side of the course, another 3-club composite, although all from New South Wales this time around. That's lane 2, Tom McGee of St Augustine's, Oscar St Pierre of St Augustine's, Lachlan Fraser of Mossman, and Kaylin Rootley of Newcastle Grammar, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Amos Noon, Björn Ungermark and Judith Ungermark, the combination there. And just like Swan River Composite in the previous race, they are going for it from the opening stroke and have a lead, and it is substantial. I wasn't quite sure on the angle from the drone there, but as they go through 500, is Newcastle Grammar clearly in front.
2.5 lengths lead there over Prince Alfred College through the first 500 metres.
Yeah, that is a sizable start, and in some ways the simplest race plan of all is get the boat out quickly, get in front, and stay there in the really good position here for Newcastle Grammar, as they are just out of sight and out of mind from the remaining 5 crews in the race now, who almost have to settle down and fight for the silver medal with the leader so far up the course. It was 7.66 seconds over Prince Alfred there in second place after 500 metres.
And Prince Alfred doing well, there's no doubt about that. The crew from South Australia, Edward Chappell, Hugo Knight, Sam Stunnell, Louis Dawson and Alex Hamoud. I wonder if Sam Stunnell is Andrew Stunnell, who rode for a number of years for Australia in lightweight rowing. May well be his son.
Yeah, the family connection certainly run deep in this sport, as we well know. Prince Alfred College too, I'm reliably informed. One of the improving programs in South Australia. St Peter's have largely been dominant there in recent years, but I think Prince Alfred College certainly closing the gap, and this slightly younger crew in the under-17 level currently looking at least at a national silver medal at this stage of the race.
Is that Barnaby Eaton? Is he at...
Barnaby is at St Peter's, so
Oh,
you probably
okay.
won't like me saying what I just did. But yes, there's quite a few schools becoming more competitive in South Australia. The Wilderness School as well, who we saw win a silver medal for the first time in many years on, I think it was on Thursday's racing.
With Jonathan Travis and Eleanor Wilson.
Exactly, and their former school, Seymour College of South Australia too, who are becoming competitive in the
Wow,
South
that's a
Australian
lead,
race.
Richard. That's 12.01 seconds through the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah.
Newcastle Grammar Composite over Kinross Wallaroy, then follows Prince Alfred College, Sydney Composite, St Patrick's College and Ballarat Clarendon at the rear.
Just about double their lead there over the third 500 metres. So Kinross Wallaroy now up into second place. That Nicholas Tancred, Tom Day, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith and Angus Peterson, coached by Benjamin Watt. But it is really just a fight for the silver and bronze medals here. Kinross, Prince Alfred College, also Ballarat Clarendon College, probably back in fifth or sixth place. The crew on the northern side, the Sydney Composite crew, Albert Howard, Dion Hansen, Oscar Shield-Gamborg, Thomas Maloney and Bart Oostdijk there, possibly narrowly fourth from St Patrick's of Ballarat. So two Ballarat crews in the race, but probably fifth and sixth at this stage of proceedings. Sam Stenell, confirmation, is the nephew, in fact, of Andrew Stenell. So thank you, Stunnell, I should say. Yes, thank you for that quick confirmation there. And good to know people are listening in the early races of the day. A brilliant race here, I reckon, for silver and bronze coming up. The Lane 7 Composite crew really coming home strongly ahead of Kinross Wallaroy. But our race leaders on 35 strokes to the minute have this all to themselves in the closing stages, and it will be a commanding win here in a few strokes' time to Tom McGee, Oscar St Pierre, Lachlan Fraser, Caelan Rootley and Ryder Taylor as they take out the under-17 Men's Cox Quad Scale Championship of Australia by many boat lengths. A good race for second still, with Kinross maybe holding on, and the Sydney Composite crew, Lane 7, just about a length or so behind. So Kinross Wallaroy will take the silver medal. A good second 1,000 for them, moving up from third to second. The bronze goes to Sydney Composite, Lane 7. Very tight for fourth. It'll be Prince Alfred College, narrowly from St Patrick's of Ballarat, and also then Ballarat Clarendon College take out sixth spot in the under-17 Men's Cox Quad Skull. Another convincing win in the second race of the day.
Very convincing indeed, Richard. Yes, Lane 2, Newcastle Grammar, Mossman, St Augustine's College Composite. First. In Lane 3, Kinross Wallaroy School is second. Lane 7, Sydney Northern Beaches Secondary College, St Peter's College, third place. Fourth, Prince Alfred College. Fifth, St Patrick's College of Victoria. Sixth, Ballarat Clarendon. The winning time unofficially 6 minutes 54.61. The margins 14.97 by 3.06 by 3.41.
Presentation of medals for the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Annabelle McIntyre, OAM, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic gold medalist. Third place, and bronze medalists Loretto Turak, Olivia Hope, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Maisie Richards, Lucy March and coach Luke Brusco. In second place, and silver medalists, St Catherine's School, New South Wales, Madeline Mannins, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, and Jasmine Abela, coached by Jared Watson, Richard Coakley, and Abby Gibbs. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, the Swan River Composite Crew. Olivia Harris from Nepean, Lila Fieve from Fremantle, Neve Tierney from Sydney, and Greta Spencer from Swan River. Coxed by Sophia Wilson, coached by Mark Beer, Brendan Longman, and Daniel Waddell. Please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
And race 477 is on the course now. That's the under-19 women's quadruple scull A final. In lane 2, Sydney Pine Rivers Composite. Lane 3, Canberra Composite. Lane 4, Yarra Yarra Composite. Lane 5, North S Composite. Lane 6, University of Queensland Boat Club. And lane 7 is the Penrith Composite Crew.
And they are well and truly on their way now in the third final of the day, race 477. And once again, for the third race in a row, we've got one crew which has shown out clearly in front here in the opening strokes. And it probably won't surprise too many to hear it is the Sydney and Pine Rivers Composite Crew over in lane 2, who go through the 500-metre mark with a substantial lead here. Once again, is it about 2 boat lengths from a very tight battle. Then for all the minor placings, the University of Queensland and North S Kentish, it may have been the next 2 through. Probably North S Kentish, in fact, just their second. University of Queensland alongside them. Canberra Composite over in lane 3 as well. And then Yarra Yarra, Sydney and UTS Haberfield lane 4. And the other crew on the race, another 3-club composite lane 7, Penrith, Mossman and Newcastle Grammar School. But Ella Smith and Jave Probitz of Pine Rivers already with 2 gold medals to their name in the under-19 women's Cox's pair on Thursday and in the double scull on yesterday's racing. Talisa Noak Driver also of the Sydney Rowing Club in that crew who won the under-19 singles scull. So an extremely well-credentialed combination there. And Zoe Bond now rowing for the Sydney Rowing Club, but also a member of the ACT High Performance Program. So they were the double scull beaten into second place yesterday behind Pine Rivers. And I think we said in commentary at the time that we couldn't wait to see them combine into a quad scull. And it's been worth the wait as this combination continues to extend their lead as they come up now towards the halfway mark of this race. So again, it's a good battle behind them for the minor placings. And still the Canberra Composite Crew, lane 3, might be the ones pushing up into second place now. But our race leaders are on 35, so comfortably combining together. All right, I know you have a bit to do with the Pine Rivers Rowing Club. Well, this combination have trained a great deal in recent times.
Their training, Richard, was rowing to the start. And it's slightly different combination to the way it's listed in our program. The 2 Pine Rivers girls, Probitz and Smith, are in 3 and 2 seats. Talisa Noak Driver, who was so impressive winning the under-19 single, is in the stroke seat, and Zoe Bond, Sydney Rowing Club ACT High Performance, is in the bow seat. So 8.82 the margin through 1,000 metres for Sydney Pine Rivers Composite.
I don't think we got a split after 500. The difference was certainly substantial, a couple of lengths. It's now a bit over 3 boat lengths as well between these top 2 crews. And through the halfway mark of the race and continuing to extend there, and have a look at this display of quad scull rowing here from this composite combination. As Ray said, the two Pine Rivers athletes in the centre of the boat, the 2 and 3 seats, the stroke and bow from the Sydney Rowing Club. They're in lane 2, and they've got a great look back on the rest of the field here as they lead comfortably from the Canberra composite combination, lane 3, which is Elizabeth Holtoyer of Redlands, Lillian Hyde from Mossman, Elena Moran of the Australian National University, Imogen Lang of the Canberra Rowing Club, coached by David Romano, Katie Healy, and Lucy Mason there. So just up slightly in rating too, our leading crew on about 36 now, so certainly not leaving much in the tank here. Times we know do have relevance when it comes to selection for the junior teams, which I'm sure is what these athletes and some of their supporters have designs on as well, with the World Championship to be raced in Italy later in the year. And the Australian team able to travel overseas, the junior team at least for the first time in 3 years it will be.
It will be, the racing will be in Varese, and of course the Australian Institute of Sport European Training Centre is in the province of Varese, situated in the town of Gavirate, on the same lake as the championships will be held. There's 2 courses on that lake. One runs up and down, the other one runs across. And the Gavirate Club, if they boat out of there, they'd be able to just row to the start, so it'll be interesting for them. That's a pretty handsome lead through 1500, 12.9 seconds, very similar to the previous race, in fact, Richard.
Yep.
And combining very nicely the timing for a quad scull that's only got together rowing to the start in the heat, and then rowing to the start for the final again. If you look at the blade work there, that's pretty good.
It is fantastic for virtually a scratch crew. You may also have seen the Instagram footage. I think Ray Smith posted a couple of days ago of the Pine Rivers girls on the podium, still acting in perfect synchronicity as well, placing their caps down on the ground and standing up. Their timing.
I think that was an accident, but it was
apparently
amazing.
It was, yes, completely unscripted, but some great footage if you can find that on social media. But this is a very good combination here. So Ella Smith and Jade Proberts of Pine Rivers, Zoe Bond of the Sydney Rowing Club, and Talisa Knock Driver of Sydney as well. But the Sydney rowers sitting in the stroke and bow seats of the boat. 3 gold medals between them already, this crew, and almost certain to make it 4 here. About 150 metres to go on this race. Let's look at the battle for second as well still. Canberra Composite there, lane 3. North Esk and Kentish probably in third. Jessica Welsh, Emily Hepburn, Layla Hucker and Morgan Brown. The all-Tasmanian composite crew there from the north of the state, coached by Trevor Barrett and Graham Scattergood, certainly sitting in the bronze medal spot, just ahead then of Yarra Yarra Sydney, UTS Haberfield and the University of Queensland and the Penrith composite crew. But have a look at this crew approach to the line here. The Sydney Rowing Club and Pine Rivers Rowing Club of Queensland coming through to add another set of medals to an already impressive collection as they lift once more and go across the line. It's Sydney Pine Rivers in the under-19 women's quad scull. And for the 3rd race in a row, a very, very convincing win here, this time at under-19 level. Sydney Pine Rivers take the win. It will be Canberra, ANU, Mossman and Redlands who will take the silver medal there in 2nd place. 3rd will go to North Esk and Kentish of Tasmania. 4th will be Yarra Yarra Sydney and UTS Haberfield, the 2-state composite crew ahead of the University of Queensland 5th. And 6th will be another composite crew from Sydney, Penrith, Mossman and also Newcastle Grammar School.
So unofficially, Richard, 1st lane 2, Sydney Pine Rivers Composite. 2nd lane 3, Canberra, ANU, Mossman, Redlands. 3rd, North Esk, Kentish. 4th, then Yarra Yarra Composite. 5th, University of Queensland. 6th, Penrith Composite. Winning time 7:23.69. Winning margin 15.52. So that's the biggest of the morning. The margin 2nd and 3rd 3.56 and 3rd and 4th 3.80.
Presentation of medals for the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Jack Hargraves, OAM, Reinhold Bacci, Men's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic gold medalist. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, the Sydney Composite crew, Albert Howard of St Peters, Dion Hansen from Northern Beaches, Oscar Shield Gamborg from Northern Beaches, and Thomas Maloney of Sydney Rowing Club. Cox by Bart Oostjik, coached by Charlie Patterson, Isaac Shepherd and Nathan Bowden. Second place and silver medalist, Kinross Walleroy School. Nicholas Tancred, Tom Day, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith and Angus Peterson. Crew was coached by Benjamin Watt. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, the Newcastle Grammar Composite Crew of Tom McGee from St Augustine's, Oscar St Pierre from St Augustine's, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman and Kaylin Ratley of Newcastle Grammar School. Cox Ryder Taylor, coaches Amos Noon, Björn and Judith Ungermark. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
And the under-19 men's quadruple scull final for the gold medal is out there on the course race, 478. Lane 2, Radford College from the ACT. Lane 3, Radford College. Well done, Radford. Lane 4, St Augustine's, New South Wales. Lane 5, Gippsland Grammar. Lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club. And Lane 7, St Augustine's, New South Wales, composite with Newcastle Grammar and Sydney Rowing Club.
Well into the opening 500 metres of this race as well, heading up towards the first timing point. And unlike the first few races, no clear leader has taken on the field in the opening exchanges here, but a very good line across the course from the far side. We are still using the alternate draw at this stage of the regatta, so the higher ranked crews being put into the southern lanes here, the slightly more protected lanes of Lake Ngambie, although from what we see on the course here, the middle lanes are doing extremely well. The leading crew there from St Augustine's of Sydney, it was there in lane 4, ahead of Gippsland Grammar and also Radford College. So well through 500 metres here. St Augustine's of Sydney, our leading crew from Gippsland Grammar and Radford College. The Gippsland Grammar combination containing Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne, who won the under-19 men's double scull yesterday for the second year in a row. So a very well-credentialed crew there from Gippsland Grammar as well. Joining here with Cameron Rule and Anthony Smith, the lane 5 combination there from Gippsland Grammar. But it still looks to be St Augustine's who lead this race here through Joshua Wilson, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre and Bo Nicholas, coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark, as they head up towards the halfway mark of this race now.
Yeah, about a boat length between St Augustine's and Gippsland Grammar, sitting in second place. Then under pressure from Radford College in lane 3, stroked there by William Gregory. And then also the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 6 as well, not entirely without a shot. Coming through the 1,000 metre mark, it is St Augustine's with just over a boat length lead, about just over 3 seconds ahead of Gippsland Grammar, then back in just under 2 seconds to Sydney Rowing Club. Radford College in lane 3, half a second behind them in 4th place at the moment, then another 3 seconds back to Radford College in lane 2, stroked by Oliver Fox. And then the second, the St Augustine's composite crew, St Augustine's, Newcastle Grammar and Sydney in lane 7, making up our field. Fantastic views from the drone up over the top at the moment. And we just see coming down now, it's still St Augustine's, New South Wales with the lead.
Welcome back, Stuart. Good to have you here this morning.
Fantastic to be back here, Richard. It's a little bit wet, a little bit windy, but I'm sure we'll be able to get some great racing in.
It is, yes. And the good news, as we mentioned before, because the bit of cloud cover there towards the start line, we actually don't have the sun shining in here, making it very hard to see the opening races of the day. But Ray Ebbets just stepped outside to get some good shots of the Pine Rivers crew, and I reckon start to book his tickets for that course he's so fond of at Varese in Italy later in the year as well, after the great performance there of Pine Rivers and Sydney Rowing Club.
So St Augustine's still with the lead now over Gippsland Grammar and Sydney Rowing Club. Radford College looking like they might just be dropping a little bit off the pace at the moment, coming up towards the 1500 metres. It's going to take a big effort from any of our crews to be able to beat St Augustine's over the last 500 in the under-19 men's quadruple scull, as they just come up towards that 1500 metre mark. But we have seen, Richard, all through this regatta, it's never over until it's over.
No, it's not indeed. Although it's been an interesting pattern. Certainly this morning's racing's almost all four races so far look to be won by the crew that got themselves in front fairly early on, and in most cases extended to a pretty substantial lead. This one a little bit closer, with St Augustine's just over a length on Gippsland Grammar, and I'd still keep a watchful eye on Gippsland Grammar here over the closing strokes. That crew already with a gold medal to their name, or two of the rowers there who took the double scull out yesterday, and then Sydney Rowing Club in third place. So yes, indeed, lots can happen in the final 400 metres of these races.
And the Radford College crew, struck by Will Gregory in lane 3, sitting just a second behind Sydney Rowing Club for that bronze medal position as they're going past the 1500 metre mark. It's 250 metres to go. It's still St Augustine's leading Gippsland Grammar, Sydney Rowing Club and Radford College, and I suspect this is where Radford have started to make their move from lane 3.
The two Radford crews there over, yes, on the far side of the course, but Radford lane 3 certainly chasing hard, but St Augustine's looking good out in front, still by only about a length. Gippsland Grammar certainly are coming home, as we thought they may well do. And then it's Sydney Rowing Club or Radford College, the battle for the bronze medal coming up there between those two. And then Radford College lane 2, also the St Augustine's composite in lane 7. But St Augustine's involved in the leading crew here, and a pretty neat display of quad scull rowing here as they maintain that lead of just over a length on Gippsland Grammar from Victoria, chasing hard but unable to bridge the gap here in the closing strokes of the race. So with only 3 or 4 strokes to go, it'll be the combination from St Augustine's of Sydney who go across and take the under-19 men's quad scull. A comfortable win by about a length and a half ahead of Gippsland Grammar, who'll get the silver medal. Still tight for the bronze. Radford College may indeed have finished the better of these crews. Then I'll get third place. Third goes to Radford lane 3. Fourth, Sydney Rowing Club. Fifth will be Radford College again, lane 2. And sixth will be the composite crew, St Augustine's, Newcastle Grammar, and also Sydney Rowing Club.
Confirmation of the results there in the final of the under-19 men's quadruple scull. A win and gold medal to St Augustine's of Sydney in a time of 6 minutes 40.18. The silver going to Gippsland Grammar, and third and the bronze going to Radford College in lane 3.
The presentation of medals for the under-19 Women's Cox Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Annabelle McIntyre, OAM, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, the North Esk and Kentish composite crew. Jessica Welsh, Emily Hepburn, Layla Hucker, Morgan Brown, coaches Trevor Barrett and Graham Scattergood. Second place and silver medalists, a composite crew, Elizabeth Holtoyer of Redlands, Lillian Hyde of Mossman, Elena Moran of the Australian National University, and Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club. Coaches Dave Romano, Katie Healy and Lucy Mason. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing the Sydney and Pine Rivers Rowing Clubs, Ella Smith, Jave Proberts, Zoe Bond and Talisa Note Driver. Coaches Brendan Longman, Kendall Brody and Ray Smith. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. So racing now in race 479, the final of the under-19 women's Cox 8. Two crews in this race from Geelong Grammar, lanes 2 and 3. Furbank Grammar, lane 4. Kinross Walleroy, lane 5. Scratching from Queenwood in lane 6. And Loretto Kirribilli Composite in lane 7. And Stuart, this is the race. I think you and I were here way back on maybe Tuesday afternoon when Geelong Grammar won the 2 heats and went straight through to the final. And their first and second heats are racing here now for the medals.
Yeah, it should be a good battle between the two Geelong Grammar
It will
crews.
be, no doubt.
There's a lot of bragging rights that are up for grabs in this, particularly if one crew finishes in the medal and the other one finish just outside of it. So
Exactly to be on there. And they've got away well together too, these two crews from Geelong Grammar there on the towards the top of the Lake Ngambie. The lane 3 combination, I should say, from Geelong Grammar, I believe is their first 8. So that's the crew you'd expect to be at the top of the rankings. But let's see how this race unfolds.
And we can see from the drone footage that we do have that crew from Geelong Grammar in lane 3 that have just a little bit of a lead over Kinross Walleroy, then back to the second Geelong Grammar crew in lane 2. The Loretto Kirribilli Composite in lane 7 also sitting quite nicely, and then back a little bit further to Furbank Grammar coming up towards that first 500 metre mark. And we can see there 146.49 for the Geelong Grammar crew, stroked by Emily Pincott. Ahead of the second Geelong Grammar crew, that one stroked by Achalia Cameron and Amelia Church, and then back to Kinross Walleroy, Loretto Kirribilli, Loretto College Marriotteville, and then the Furbank Grammar crew in 5th place. So after the first 500 metres, there was less than about 3 seconds between all 5 of our crews. This is going to be a fantastic race. The leading crew from Geelong Grammar, Quimby Yates, Sienna Hewen, Claire Hamilton, Rosie Barber, Ava Grilovich, Chloe Pateson, Gillian Walton, Emily Pincock and Zali Dickinson. And they're sitting just ahead of their classmates from Geelong Grammar, Miller Naylor, Anna Ward, Phoebe Beckett, Matilda Hunt, Alana DeAndrea, Grace Forbes, Lucy Simpson, Achalia Cameron, Amelia Church, Kinross, Audrey Gill, Millie Lane, Lucy Searle, Lucy Scammell, Ayla Ryan, Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Georgia Sweetapple and Georgia Robson as the coxswain, coached by Andrew Gannon. The Loretto Kirribilli Composite sitting in 4th place at the moment. They're from Loretto Kirribilli and Loretto College Marriotteville. Charlotte Illman, Mariah Murray, Deanna Macalino, Victoria Bims, Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Laura Moran, Alyssa Fickers, Caitlin Gaddy as the coxswain and coached by Lachlan Allen, Tom Dornbus and Charlie Rose Iron. And then the Furbank Grammar crew of Angelica Woodruff, Holly Dark, Zoe White, Elise Angus, Orla McCarthy, Giselle Buckley, Emily Goff, Sophia Scott, Milana Irons as the coxswain and coached by Rebecca Craggs and Emerson Street. But now coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark, it's still Geelong Grammar in lane 3. The first 8 are starting to pull away. They're not quite a boat length ahead of the second Geelong Grammar 8, but certainly looking quite good. And then further ahead, a little bit further back to Kinross Walleroy, and then the Loretto Kirribilli, Loretto College Marriotteville Composite. Through the 1,000 metre mark, Richard, it's Geelong Grammar's first 8 in the lead. Kinross have made a little bit of a move there, 3.5 seconds back at the 1,000, then 0.27 of a second between Kinross and the second Geelong Grammar crew in 3rd, and then Loretto Kirribilli, Loretto College Marriotteville and Furbank Grammar making up our field.
Yep, so the Geelong Grammar crew's having a great race there on the far side of the course. But Kinross Walleroy, the New South Wales head of the river winners there now, up into 2nd spot. I was just talking with our resident South Australian rowing expert, Jurek Hasselgrove, who's back with us, hopefully in commentary later on today, now that most of his coaching duties have come to an end in some cases through some rather unfortunate circumstances, but he's now in the safest place on the rowing course. And I believe the Loretto Marriotteville, Loretto Kirribilli combination is something of a combination of convenience arrived at earlier in the week by 2 schools who are keen to put an 8 on the water. So we wouldn't say they've trained together a great deal, but as we saw with Pine River's Sydney Rowing Club in the quad scale a couple of races ago, that is not always an impediment to success here.
Look, it's still doing the basics right, isn't it? Make sure you've got the good, clean strokes, following the person in front of you and listening to the coxswain.
Exactly. No, it is. As we keep saying, it's a simple sport. We usually, just as coaches especially, like to complicate it a lot and make it seem a lot more difficult than it could otherwise be. But Geelong Grammar certainly putting on an impressive display here. Their leading 8 were ended up 5th place in the head of the schoolgirls, Geelong Grammar, and were beaten by Wesley College in the head of the river at Ngambie last weekend. But they've been among the pointy end at the Victorian rowing season, and their second 8 as well, also extremely competitive from Geelong Grammar, which is why they have got 2 crews through to this final of the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8.
And coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, it is still that first 8 from Geelong Grammar. They're stroked by Emily Pincott and looking quite good. They've got a boat length over Kinross Walleroy, who have just started to up their rate and really put some pressure on in second place. Back then, half a boat length to the second Geelong Grammar crew in lane 2. And then the Loreto College Marriotteville composite in lane 7. And then Furbank Grammar also not out of the running for 4th place. So all to play for coming into the final 500 metres. It's the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8. It's Geelong Grammar in the lead with Kinross Walleroy starting to give it a little bit of a go into the last 300 metres or so. Geelong Grammar have the lead. They've led from start to finish. They've tried to pull away a little bit, but this crew from Kinross Walleroy are not giving up.
Kinross are making up some ground here too, Stuart. They are not going to let this gold medal go without a big fight here over the last 300 metres.
Geelong Grammar, though, in lane 3, looking quite strong. They've seen the danger off to the left and are starting to push. The second Geelong Grammar crew sitting in 3rd place ahead of the Loreto Composite in lane 7, and then Furbank Grammar sitting in 5th place. Final 200 metres though, Geelong Grammar with the lead. They've got a boat length over Kinross Walleroy. Are Kinross able to make up some big ground as they come up towards the Red Boys? We just see there Geelong Grammar starting to pull away a little bit further. It's still a boat length between the two. Geelong Grammar in lane 2 also making their own push to try and go through and make it a 1-2 for the people from Geelong. It's Geelong Grammar 1 in lane 3. Quimby Yates, Sienna Hewen, Claire Hamilton, Rosie Barber, Ava Grilovitz, Chloe Payton, Gillian Walton, Emily Pincock, Zali Dickinson as the coxswain. With a few big strokes to go, they will go through and they will make it a gold medal for Geelong Grammar in the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8. Kinross Walleroy, a big effort from them. They've managed to split the 2 Geelong Grammar crews. Kinross with the silver, with Geelong Grammar 2 in lane 2 with the bronze. They'll finish ahead of the Loreto College Marriotteville composite in lane 7, and then Furbank Grammar making up the field. A fantastic row there, Richard, from Geelong Grammar.
Yeah, as the rain starts to fall here at Lake Ngambie, but that's a brilliant effort by Geelong Grammar to have 2 crews on the podium. I mentioned a couple of days ago that Scotch College once took the trifecta in a schoolboys cock 4, but 2 on the podium in the Under-19 8s is fantastic for that proud rowing school at Geelong Grammar. So unofficially first there, Geelong Grammar in lane 3. Then it was Kinross Walleroy, the silver medals in 2nd place. 3rd goes to Geelong Grammar, lane 2. 4th place was the Loreto Kirribilli and Loreto Marriotteville composite crew. 5th was the crew from Furbank Grammar. 7:23.75 the unofficial time, and a winning margin of 4.55 seconds. Presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Quad Scull. Medals will be presented by Jack Hargraves, OAM, Reinhold Barchi Men's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, Radford College, Christopher Bush, Jake Sheeman-Rogers, Hamish Roberts and William Gregory. Coaches Craig Muller and Michael McCormack. Second place and silver medalists, Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith and Billy Osborne. Coaches Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022 St Augustine's College. Joshua Wilson, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre, Bo Nicholas, coaches Judith and Matthias Ungema. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. And just away now at the 2,000 metre start. Now, next race, it is the Under-19 Men's Cox State Championship of Australia, and a full field here of 6 across the course. From lane 2, it is Brisbane Boys College. Lane 3, St Peter's College and Scotch College in Adelaide Composite Crew. Lane 3, a Composite Crew, Melbourne University, St Patrick's Ballarat, Wesley College and Swan River Rowing Club. Lane 5 is Scotch College from Melbourne. Lane 6, another Composite Crew, Christchurch Grammar of Perth, University of Queensland, Fremantle, the West Australian Rowing Club, and also Ballarat Grammar, 3 states in that crew. And lane 7, the winners of the previous race, once again represent, it's Geelong Grammar.
Yeah, some strong crews that are in this one, Richards. We've got the Brisbane Boys, who are the Queensland head of the river. We've got Scotch College, who I believe are the Victorian head of the river winners. Right. You've got the St Peter's College Composites from South Australia, who I believe won their head of the river.
Which is actually, looking through the crew there, it's 7-8 St Peter's with just one rower from Scotch Adelaide. So presumably the nucleus there of the St Peter's winning head of the river crew in the boat.
And is this a little bit of a preview for later on in the regatta where we've got the schoolboy Cox States as well?
I think, yeah, absolutely. The Under-19 Cox State, often a good, I guess, warm-up event, but a national title in any event not to be sneezed at here. So plenty to race for, and it did look like Brisbane Boys College across on the far side of the course were the narrow leaders there, and the 2 crews, it would be the heat winners in lanes 2 and 3, BBC and the South Australian Composite Crew leading out.
Yeah, then sitting ahead of the Christchurch Composite in lane 6. Melbourne University sitting in 4th place in lane 4. Geelong Grammar in 5th place from lane 7. And Scotch College Victoria in lane... And Scotch College Victoria sitting in 6th place at the moment. The Brisbane Boys crew, Finlay Harris, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman, Robert Atkinson, Robbo Robertson, Toby McPherson, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin. Lachlan McLean is the coxswain, and they're coached by Randall Martin and Scott Laidler. The crew from St Peter's and Scotch College, as mentioned, predominantly St Peter's, Kyle Miller, William Howard, then Adam Holland from Scotch College Adelaide, then also from St Peter's, Edward Chipperfield, Max Henry, Fraser Balnaves, Faris Harb, Jake Nesbitt, Felipe Scalzi is the coxswain and coached by James McRae, Tom Beresford and James Seppelt. The Melbourne University Composites of Charlie Johnson from Wesley College, Harry Salfinger from Swan River, Tom Foley from St Patrick's, Caleb Mashney from Wesley College, Connor Watson, Wesley College, Thomas Elliott from St Pat's, Nicholas Bryant from Melbourne University, Lachlan Idle from Melbourne University. Josh Feverkrantz is the coxswain, and they're coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi.
Yeah, what a combination there. 2 states, but 4 clubs. Melbourne, Ballarat, Perth, all in that boat. So a decent combination. They're sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah, and going through the 1,000 metres, it's still Brisbane Boys College leading the composite from South Australia in 2nd place by about a boat length, and then half a boat length back again to Melbourne University, just moving up from 3rd into 4th ahead of the Christchurch Composite. That's very much a licorice all sorts of Christchurch Grammar, University of Queensland, Fremantle, West Australian Rowing Club and Ballarat Grammar, the crew of Charlie Savage, George Follett, Joshua Handke, Drew Waitman, Apollo Solomon, Ben Scott, Mitch McGeever, Grant Hogarth and Jess Norton as the coxswain, coached by Stefano Belosso, Alex Ridgway, Paul Commons, Scotch College Victoria, Sterling Keogh, Harrison Cameron, Sebastian Kredikis, Lachlan Clark, Alessandro Maro, Campbell Finlay, Josh Mitchell, Benjamin Marchant, Maxwell Finlay as the coxswain, and then Geelong Grammar, Luca Clark, Fred McKay, Dibden Fitzgerald, Samuel Stringer, Harry Willis, Thomas Pirak, Archibald Allen, Lloyd Vidotto and Saskia Haslau as the coxswain.
And rowing together, Stuart, there in that lane 6 Christchurch Composite crew, Drew Waitman and Ben Scott combined in the same boat. So the sons of David Waitman and Rob Scott, who rowed together and won a silver medal at the Atlanta Games in 1996, narrowly beaten by a pretty good combination of now it's Sir Steve Redgrave and Sir Matthew Pinsent at Atlanta. But now their sons combined here in this crew, and they are also, I believe, the respective parents are the godsons of the godfathers of the 2 rowers as well. So plenty of connections here, and Rob Scott, of course, the chairman of Rowing Australia as well. But it's Brisbane Boys College out in front here by over a length. The Queenslanders looking good for the Under-19 Men's Cox State title.
Yeah, they're sitting quite comfortably out in front ahead of the St Peter's Scotch Composite. They're only half a boat length ahead of Melbourne University, really starting to make their move in that middle 500 metres or so. The Christchurch Composite sitting in 4th place, and then Scotch College in 5th and Geelong Grammar in 6th. We're coming up towards the last 400 metres. It's still Brisbane Boys College out in the lead, leading the crew from St Peter's College and Scotch College Adelaide in second place. The Melbourne University, St Patrick's, Wesley College and Swan River Composite sitting in third place at the moment. So our 1, 2, 3 sitting farthest away, Christchurch Composite in fourth place, then back to Scotch College Victoria and Geelong Grammar making up our field. I suspect Geelong Grammar moving up ahead of Scotch College Victoria in fifth place. But out in front, it's Brisbane Boys. They've led from start to finish. They've got a little bit of clear water between themselves and second place as they come up towards the Red Boys, marking the end of the course. It's the battle for second that's going to be interesting. St Peter's College Composite from South Australia against the Melbourne University Composite from Victoria and also West Australia. It's about a quarter of a boat length between second and third at the moment into the final 100 metres. Out in front, though, Brisbane Boys College. They've gone from start to finish to national champions in the under-19 men's cocked eight. In second place will be the crew from St Peter's College Composite, a quarter of a boat length between them and the Melbourne University Composite in third. So a gold for Brisbane Boys, second for St Peter's Scotch College Composite, third to Melbourne University Composite, and then fourth to the Christchurch Composite in lane 6. Geelong Grammar finishing in fifth and Scots College Victoria finishing in sixth place. What a great row from Brisbane Boys.
Brilliant race from BBC there, and Jerry Castlegrove is getting excited behind us here as one of his many old schools and clubs takes a national title, and it's been a while, I think, since Queensland has won that event. But a good win there to Brisbane Boys College. The computer's suggesting a photo for the minor placings, but we suspect it was St Peter's Scotch comfortably in second place, and Melbourne Uni Composite in third there. The medalists in the under-19 men's cocked eight, fourth the Christchurch Composite crew, fifth Geelong Grammar, sixth Scotch College of Melbourne, 6:15.95 the unofficial time there for our winning crew from Brisbane Boys College. Waiting for our next presentation. So I can't quite tell you, Stuart, when a Queensland crew last won that event. I do know that the Anglican Church Grammar School won it back in 1999 in a crew that my brother rode in. So it may have been quite a gap between drinks there for Queensland.
Yeah, look, I think between us we're covering off on the Brisbane GPS schools quite nicely. Yourself from Churchy, Jirick from Brisbane Boys, myself from Toowoomba Grammar, not that they row, but...
One day.
We'll get them out. We need a lake up in Toowoomba first.
Yeah, no, they're one of the great contributors to the GPS program. Unfortunately, not a great deal of water in Toowoomba and no rowing program at that school, but some pretty intense competition up there still.
Some fantastic cricketers.
So we'll have to, we're just waiting for our next presentation to come through, Stuart. We'll go back down to the start line where race 481 is soon to begin. This is the next of our finals, about 8 or 9 finals to open this morning's program before some repêchages are on the course. This is the final of the under-21 women's quad scull with Swan River Fremantle in lane 2, Centenary Composite lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, Sydney University in lane 5, Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Brisbane and GPS, and Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 6, and North Esk and Mersey are racing in lane 7. Presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Annabelle McIntyre, OAM, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, Geelong Grammar, Miller Naylor, Anna Ward, Phoebe Beckett, Matilda Hunt, Alana De Andrea, Grace Forbes, Lucy Simpson, Achalia Cameron and Amelia Church. In second place, and silver medalists, Kinross Walleroy, Audrey Gill, Millie Lane, Lucy Searle, Lucy Scammell, Ayla Ryan, Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Georgia Sweetapple and Georgia Robson, who was coached by Andrew Gannon. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Geelong Grammar, Quimby Yates, Sienna Huon, Claire Hamilton, Rosie Barber, Ava Gruljevich, Chloe Patton, Gillian Walton, Emily Pincott and Zali Dickinson. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. And we will now go back down the course where the race well and truly underway now in the under-21 women's quad scull. Again, Swan River Fremantle in 2, Centenary Composite Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club in 4, Sydney University in 5, Griffith University Composite Crew Lane 6 and North Esk Mersey Lane 7. And looks like Centenary and Sydney, Stuart, showing out in front here.
Yeah, some strong crews coming through. That's Sydney Rowing Club crew supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport and the ACT High Performance Program. We've read these names out so many times over this regatta. Laura Cypher, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Isabella Scammell and Grace Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. But they're also going to be challenged by the Centenary, Griffith University, Surfers Paradise and ANU composite of Lizzie Gregory, Jessica Malcolm, Olivia Georgopoulos, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Andrew Gerber, Lincoln Handley and Michael Opsterlin. Then back a little bit further to, we've got the Swan River Fremantle composites of Lola Davies, Lola Quinn, Charlotte Broad and Rebecca Bolster, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. And then the Sydney University crew, Sophia Whiteman, Ella Casson, Maddie Vag, Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Sitting in, it looks to be about 5th place at the moment, the Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Brisbane and GPS and Adelaide University composite of Isabel Watson, Sophie Barr, Hannah Kenway and Danica Free. And then the North Esk Mersey composite in lane 7, Prudence Tippett, Lydia Tippett, Amy Florence and Lindsay Calvert, coached by Brendan Long, David Tippett and Trevor Barrett. And through the 500 metres, it was, as we mentioned, the crew in lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in the leads, but only half a second behind them were the crew from Centenary. As we just look at the drone footage now, you can see there Sydney Rowing Club have opened up about a boat length lead from the crew, from the Centenary composite crew in lane 3, then back another boat length to Sydney University in lane 5. The Swan River composite, Griffith University composite and North Esk composite making up our field. Through the 1,000 metre mark, it's a boat length now and a little bit of clear water even between Sydney Rowing Club and the Centenary composite. Lane 3, Sydney University sitting another 3 seconds back than Griffith University, Surfers Paradise composite, the Swan River composite and the North Esk Mersey composites. More composites than you can poke a stick at. I know our co-commentator Chris McCarthy is sitting next to us, absolutely breaking out in hives at saying the word composite. We've got a few more of those to come down the course. It's the final, it's the under-21 women's quad sculls, and it's Sydney Rowing Club who have the lead at the moment and still looking quite strong. They've still got that boat length. The Centenary, Griffith University and ANU composite over in lane 3 aren't giving up though. They're maintaining that boat length distance coming into the final 500 metres or so and still not giving up. And neither are the crew from Sydney University. We've seen Maddie Vag and Grace Turner do quite well during this regatta as well. So we'd expect them to pick up a little bit more. And then the the Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Brisbane and GPS and Adelaide University composite as well. There's just some big names coming through in this race.
There are indeed. And we're worth pointing out too, Stuart, a lot of these composite crews have become more composite, if that's a thing, because of the number of medical substitutions required throughout this regatta. So there are some different rules in place this year, so there will be more substitutions than we're usually used to seeing, and often some of the clubs have had to go outside their own numbers to bring someone else into a crew. So it's always quite a mouthful, these big boat combined races, but especially so this year, it seems.
Yeah, look, but it's also great that they're able to still get out and race. I mean, the worst thing that we could have had was to have large numbers of these big boat races, large numbers of entries wiped out because of illness.
Yep.
You know, where possible, people are still trying to do the substitutions. And, you know, I would rather say the word composite a whole bunch of times than be calling 2 or 0 crews down the course for some of these bigger races.
Yeah, we had great practice describing some time trials the other afternoon, but this is much more exciting with 6 boats racing on the course at the same time.
And into the final 500 metres now, still Sydney Rowing Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport and the ACT High Performance Program. They've still got that 3-second lead ahead of the Centenary Griffith University Surfers Paradise and ANU Composite in lane 3. Then back to Sydney University sitting in 3rd place. Into that last 500 metres, we're seeing a little bit of a push now from the Centenary Composite in lane 3, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Is anyone able to catch up to Sydney University sitting in the bronze medal position? Into the last 250 metres, it's still Sydney Rowing Club. They've led from start to finish. They've got some fantastic athletes in that boat, but they are just possibly being put under a little bit of pressure for the last 200 metres from that Centenary Composite over in lane 3. Sydney University sitting in 3rd place at the moment, but the Swan River Composite over in lane 2 also making a little bit of a push, as are the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite in lane 6. Out towards the Red Boys, but Sydney Rowing Club, they've looked strong. They're supported, as mentioned, by New South Wales and the ACT, with Caitlin McManus-Barrett living down in Canberra for University. Still rowing for the Sydney Rowing Club. They're out in front. They've got some clear water. They've only got a few clean strokes to go, and they will be the under-21 Women's Quadruple Scull champions for 2022. A win there for Sydney Rowing Club. 2nd place will be the Centenary Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite in lane 3, with Sydney University coming through in 3rd ahead of the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Brisbane and GPS Adelaide University Composite in 4th, the Swan River Fremantle Composite in 5th, and then the North Esk Mersey Composite making up our field in 6th place in the under-21 Women's Quad Sculls.
So the unofficial results there are coming through. 1st place, certainly the Sydney Rowing Club, lane 4. 2nd went to the Composite crew, largely from Queensland there on lane 3, Centenary Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and also the Australian National University. 3rd place to the Sydney University crew on lane 5, ahead of Griffith University lane 6. Swan River Fremantle in 2, and North Esk and Mersey lane 7. The 6th crew home in the final of the under-21 Women's Quad Scull, and a time at the moment of 7:13.13. The presentation of medals for the under-19 Men's Cox 8 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Hamie Fernandez, Rowing Australia Deputy Performance Director and Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists the Melbourne University Composite crew, consisting of Charlie Johnston from Wesley College, Amos Kirk from Wesley, Tom Foley from St Pat's, Khalid Mashney from Wesley College, Connor Watson from Wesley College, Thomas Elliott from St Patrick's and Ballarat, Nicholas Bryant from Melbourne University, and Lachlan Idle, also from the Melbourne University Boat Club. Cox Josh Pfeffergrants, coaches Matt Ryan and Tom Minifee. Second place and silver medalists, the St Peter's Scotch Adelaide Composite crew. Kyle Miller, William Howard, Adam Holland, Edward Chipperfield, Max Henry, Fraser Balnaves, Faris Harb, Jake Nesbitt and Philippe Scalzi, coached by James McRae, Tom Beresford and James Seppel. The gold medalist and Australian champions for 2022, Brisbane Boys College. Finlay Harris, Daniel Cashman, Matthew Cashman, Robert Atkinson, Robbo Robertson, Toby McPherson, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin, and Lachlan McLean, coached by Randall Martin and Scott Laidler. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. We go back down the course where we should be just underway, I believe, in the final of the under-21 men's quad scull. And plenty of composites here to get the names around. But it's Lane 2, Nepean and Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 3, North Esk Tasmania University. Lane 4, University of Queensland Composite Crew. Lane 5, Mossman and Torrens. Lane 6, Ballarat City, Melbourne University. And Lane 7, a crew from the UTS Haberfield Club of Sydney. Go, Chris. Thank you.
And coming down the course in the under-21 men's quad scull final, we've got the Nepean Sydney Rowing Club composite of Gordon Applecrin, William Delaney, Declan Glendenning and Miles Harold, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. They're leading the University of Queensland, Griffith University, Surfers Paradise and Tasmania University composite of Samuel Mounter, Ben Horsnell, Edward Miles, Noel Roseman, coached by Michael Russell, Duncan Free and Lincoln Hanley. They're our top two at the moment, sitting in third place of the North Esk Tasmania University composite of Angus Painter, Carl Breer, Rue Colley, Laurie Dean, coached by Brendan Long, Sean Finlayson and Trevor Barrett. As we just see them coming up towards 1,000 metres, it's still Nepean and Sydney composite with a boat length lead over the University of Queensland, Griffith University and Tasmania University composite in lane 4, and then back to the North Esk Tasmania composite sitting in third. Ballarat City Melbourne University composite in fourth place. That's a crew of Wesley Hudson, William Tozer, William Gilbert and William McKechnie, coached by Grant McKechnie and Matthew Ryan. So the Williams getting them through to fourth place at the moment. UTS Haberfield, Ned Power, Lucas Stepanovic, Henry Blackwell, Mitchell Caponis, coached by Alex Field, Elliot Shackloff, Bertinetti and Hallie Chapman sitting in fifth. And then the Mossman Torrens composite of Kyle Brown, Callum Deckers, Benjamin Irving, Patrick Burke and coached by Matthias Ungermack. So into the last 1,000 metres. We've seen this Nepean Sydney composite sit out in front there over in lane 2, looking quite comfortable. Then a battle going on for second place. The University of Queensland composite in lane 4 have been sitting in second place, but they are now under some pressure from the Tasmanians. The North Esk Tasmania University composite in lane 3, looking to make their move, Richard, into the last 500 metres.
Yeah, so very good race. Certainly you'd think, at least for the silver medal here, with that Nepean Sydney composite combination sitting out in front and seemingly in control of the race in that effectively what is the preferred lane over on lane 2. We are still using the alternate draw as we have since, I think, Wednesday morning, where we changed from putting the preferred lanes in the centre of the course to the southern side of Lake Ngambie. So Nepean Sydney over there. University of Queensland, that, well, it's a two-state composite crew with Samuel Mounter from Tasmania University Boat Club also there in the bow seat of the otherwise Queensland composite crew lane 4, and 4 Tasmanians there in lane 3. in the North Esk and also Tasmania University composite crew, lane 3, who are chasing hard, and only 0.35 of a second now between them in the race for silver and bronze, but 5.5 seconds to lead to the Nepean Sydney combination out in front here.
Yeah, the Nepean Sydney combination, Gordon Applecrin, William Delaney, Declan Glendenning and Miles Harold from Nepean just have been looking comfortable all this race. They've got some clear water between themselves and that battle for second, which I guess is the best place to be if you're watching a battle for second.
They've got a better view than we do of those two at the moment, but you always want to be in front of the battle for second, without doubt.
Absolutely. So the North Esk composite, I suspect it's just starting to pull up evenly. So we're going to have, into the last 250 metres, a battle for second and for third place in this final of the under-21 men's quad sculls. It's Sydney and Nepean. The Nepean composite out in the lead. The men from Tasmania, the North Esk Tasmanian University composite, have now moved ahead into second place. They've managed to push hard through that third 500 metres and are really pushing hard, sitting nicely in the silver medal position ahead of the University of Queensland composite in lane 4. Looking good for the bronze. A big push here from UTS Haberfield in lane 7, sitting in 4th place ahead of Ballarat City composite and the Mossman composite. But out in front from start to finish in the under-21 men's quadruple sculls, the 2022 Australian champions will be the crew from Nepean and Sydney rowing clubs. Second place will go to the North Esk Tasmania University composite, and third going through to the University of Queensland, Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Tasmania composite with the bronze. UTS Haberfield will finish in 4th place, and then I dare say it's a photo finish for between the Ballarat City Melbourne University composite in lane 6 and then the Mossman Torrens composite in lane 5 for 5th and 6th, with Ballarat City looking like they might just have pipped it. It's coming up as a photo, so we'll wait for final confirmation on that. But what we can tell you is that the crew from Nepean and Sydney rowing clubs are the champions.
Yeah, they are indeed. Yes, the computer's saying a photo for 5th and 6th there. We did think it was possibly the Victorian combination narrowly there on lane 6. But the winners were despite being listed as a Nepean composite crew, the colours are all the Sydney Rowing Club in that boat, so possibly another change there. But the lane 2 combination, Sydney Rowing Club, the national champions in the under-21 men's quad scull. Second place to North Esk and Tasmania University. And third, the composite crew, University of Queensland, Griffith University, and also the Tasmania University Boat Club from UTS. Then it looks like it is Ballarat City composite ahead of Mossman and Torrens in the under-21 men's quad scull. 7:13, in fact, that's the previous race time. So 6:28.67, the unofficial time there in that race. Presentation of medals for the under-21 women's quad scull. Medals will be presented by Amy Fernandez, Rowing Australia Deputy Performance Director and Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, the Sydney University Boat Club. Sophia Whiteman, Ella Casson, Madeline Vagg, Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Second place and silver medalists, the Centenary Composite Crew. Elizabeth Gregory of the Australian National University, Jessica Malcolm of Centenary, Olivia Georgilopoulos of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and Sophie Malcolm, also from Centenary, the crew coached by Andrew Gerber, Lincoln Hanley, and Michael Obstelton. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, the Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cypher, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Isabella Scammell, and Grace Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Well, Stuart, from 6 quad sculls racing down the course in the under-21 event, so slightly more sedate one here with unfortunately one scratching of the 2 crews listed in the open lightweight women's quad scull. So what was to be the Sydney University composite crew in lane 2 not participating in the race, which leaves it there for the Tasmanian combination to row over the course here, or hopefully race over the course here, as it looks like they're doing in the open lightweight women's quad scull final. That's the Huon and also Australian National University composite crew. So 3 Tasmanians, 1 from Canberra in the red boat on the course.
Well, it's the entire Tasmanian Victoria Cup crew.
It is.
The Leidy quad, sorry.
Exactly.
It is. So it actually would have been New South Wales v Tasmania in this particular event. So unfortunately, we've missed out on seeing a bit of a preview for tomorrow's racing in the Leidy quads. But any crew, I think, with Anika Reardon and Georgia Nesbitt coming down the course, you would expect them to be racing hard. They are not going to go for a gentle Saturday stroll.
No, exactly right. Plenty of racing still to come, as you say, for these rowers. So another practice run of the course will be greatly appreciated without doubt. So they are through the first 500 metres, and the time, for what it's worth, 1:45.78 there for the crew there from Huon and the ANU, and our drone driver doing a great job getting behind the crew. Lachlan, the son of last year's drone driver from Tasmania as well, who was Kyle. So one of the best jobs in the world, surely, being a drone driver, wouldn't it, to be able to get in nice and low behind those crews who were sitting there on 36 strokes per minute in that distinctive, shouldn't debate colours again, but we just call that one pink, or do we have to go deeper into the spectrum to work out the colour of that boat?
Fuchsia,
Fuchsia,
yeah. Perhaps.
Could be.
We'll just call it pink, but either way, it's flying absolutely
pink boats,
motoring.
like red cars, I imagine they go faster.
Absolutely. They are flying through the water, though. The Tasmanians are going for 3 straight, I believe, in the Interstate Leidy Quad. They won it in 2019 and then again in 2021, so they are the defending champions. New South Wales winning it in 2018. So, and in that crew, I mean, we saw yesterday Anika Reardon and Sophie Gerapetrides teaming up, but they have been rowing against each other in that interstate race for a number of years, trying to get the bragging rights between them.
So this will be one of those obscure hat tricks potentially for Tasmania that spans over more than 3 years, with the cancellation of the 2020 Sydney International Rowing Regatta. But yes, it's still there to take the 3 in a row for Tasmania after victory on their home waters at Lake Barrington last year. And I think I mentioned yesterday I was in Franklin on the Huon River about the middle of last year, which is a wonderfully calm body of water in the south of Tasmania, down past Hobart, where many of Australia's great lightweight rowers have trained for 20 or 30 years now. And it's just a long, straight, wide river with flat water. I'm told it never gets windy, but at least it wasn't the day I was there. It was smooth as glass on the waters of the Huon. So you can see why many of Australia's, not just lightweights, but many of those great rowers have come from that part of the world.
Yeah, look, I've always had doubts when somebody says it never gets windy or it never rains, because I guarantee you the instant I go down there,
it will happen.
That's when it will happen. But no, this crew, we've seen Georgia Nesbitt win in the Open Women's Lightweight Single. We've also seen, as we say, Anika Reardon from ANU do quite well in the double and the single. She won the silver in the single, the double, gold in the double yesterday against that crew of Eve Muir and Georgia Nesbitt. Georgia Nesbitt has been picked as a reserve in the Australian team. Anika Reardon, first time into the Australian team.
That's right.
And as we say, going through for that hat-trick, and just when you said it, where it was, very much a spread-out one, 2019, 2021, and potentially 2022, if they do win tomorrow, it would be at 3 different venues: the Sydney International Regatta Centre, Lake Barrington, and also Lake Magambie. So being able to master all the conditions.
Exactly.
It would be an all-round hat trick.
It would be a great trivia question. Up there with the Merv Hughes hat trick of many years ago, where he took a wicket off the last ball of 1 over, or the first ball of his next over, which was then the end of the innings, and his third wicket was the first ball of the next innings. So I think he even said at the time he wasn't aware it was a hat trick, but it did still count because it was all in the same match.
That was actually the one that immediately sprung to mind as well, which I think is probably about the only time that we're going to compare Merv Hughes to the Tasmanian Lighty quad.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. No. When you think lightweight, you think Merv Hughes. I'm not sure, but he is a great Victorian, and we are here in Victoria. I don't think Merv gets enough mentions in rowing commentary, it's fair to say. But look, if we can try and steer this ship back into slightly calmer waters, I think also it may have gone off early on the fuchsia or pink shades of this boat, because it's definitely a red boat of the Tasmania University Boat Club. So you and I may know our cricket trivia, but I suspect the colour palette is not as high up on our list of priorities.
Look, my eyesight is terrible. I wear contact lenses when out rowing, so that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
I was blaming the camera.
Yeah, look.
We talked up the drone driver, but he made it look pink.
He needed to get that pink filter off the drone.
Exactly right. But one thing he has done clearly, our great camera work here, courtesy of BMA, showing the shots of this very, very good, predominantly Tasmanian crew here, with Annika Reardon rowing for her club, the Australian National University in Canberra too. But Kate Hall, Annika Reardon, Eve Muir and Georgia Nesbitt, primarily of the Huon Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. They are coached by Paul Newbon, and they're about 120 metres away from the Australian title in the open lightweight women's quad scull.
Yeah, it's just such a tidy quad, isn't it? It's just very efficient, strong through the water, and really just you'd almost have to say that they are favourites again for tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly looking at this warm-up race, they're going to collect the gold medal for their work, but they'll, I suspect the interstate race might even hold a slightly higher stature on the shelf if they can claim that one for the third year in a row. But they will win the national title in the open lightweight women's quad scull, the Huon ANU composite crew across after that row over, but a pretty impressive and row over there from that crew, and we'll see them again on the water tomorrow in the colours of Tasmania. So the unofficial result there is lane 3, 7:13.10 their time, and obviously no margins required. So it will be that crew to receive their national title in a few minutes' time. But first, we have another presentation ready to go. The presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals were presented by Jamie Fernandez, Rowing Australia Deputy Performance Director and Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, the Tasmania University composite crew of Ben Horsnell from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Edward Miles from the University of Queensland, Noah Roseman from the University of Queensland, and Samuel Mounter from Tasmania University, coached by Michael Russell, Duncan Free and Lincoln Handley. Second place and silver medalists, Northwest and Tasmania University, Angus Painter, Carl Breer, Rue Colley and Laurie Dean, coached by Brendan Long, Sean Finlayson and Trevor Barrett. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, the Nepean and Sydney rowing clubs, Gordon Applecrin, William Delaney, Declan Glendinning and Miles Harold, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. So from a row over there in the open lightweight women's quad scull, we move to the last of our finals for a little while, at least on this morning's program. And there are 2 boats in the race, and they are just on their way from the start attachment here at Lake Ngamba. You can also see the schoolgirl single scullers lining up to the left of screen to move on for our next race, as those repêchages, or semi-finals in fact, will begin. But for now, it's race 484, the Open Lightweight Men's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. And of course, there are 2 composite crews in this race. Lane 2, the Tasmania University, Port Macquarie, Mercantile and University of Queensland combination from 4 different states, in fact. And lane 3, the UTS Haberfield, University of Queensland and Mossman crew, who are racing and leading this race early with a quick link taken there in the opening stroke, Stuart.
Yeah, look, that's a very strong crew, that UTS Haberfield, University of Queensland, Mossman composite. We've got Harry Curtin from UTS, who'll be representing New South Wales later on in the Lighty 4 in the Penrith Cup. You've got Sean Murphy from Mossman Rowing Club, Blaine Heseltine from University of Queensland, representing Queensland in the Penrith Cup, and then Michael McRae from UTS, who'll be representing New South Wales. So a few interstate Lighty reps in that.
Getting a close look at each other before competing tomorrow for the Penrith Cup, an interesting tactic.
Well, it's with the 2 wars, isn't it though? So you're not giving away
too much away. No.
Not too many state secrets. Although again, with the drone footage that we've got, I don't think there's very many secrets left. We're not going to see sandpaper on the oars. that. So just confirmation there of a couple of crew changes. Late crew changes, James Waldersey in for Harry Curtin in that UTS Haberfield composite, and then Will Clark also from UTS in for Sean Murphy. The other crew that we've got, should mention them, from Tasmania University, Port Macquarie, Mercantile and the University of Queensland. Mac Russell from the University of Queensland, we'll see him row for Queensland tomorrow in the PR3 single sculls. Jordan Roberts from Mercantile, Barnabas Benet from Port Macquarie, and Sam Casey from Tasmania University, coached by Sean Finlayson, Michael Mackay and Christopher Holliday.
Yeah, Mac Russell, a prolific collector of medals from state and national championships over many years now. So he'll race for Queensland again tomorrow in the single scull.
I hope he's got extra baggage every time he flies back to Brisbane, because he inevitably goes back with a large number of medals.
Absolutely, yes. No, he's experiencing great success. It'll be good to see him on the course tomorrow, but some work to do here for that crew, certainly over in lane 2. It'll be gold medal only in this race, of course, with just 2 boats in the race. So gold medals to our national champions, but that's very good crew from, not all from New South Wales. Blaine Heseltine, of course, a proud Queenslander. I've mentioned Churchy once today. I can do it twice now with Blaine in the crew, ahead of the River winner from 2012, I think it was, and also had some great success coaching in recent years. Coached the Brisbane Girls Grammar School first 8 to their first ever Head of the River win a couple of seasons ago, but now has decided to get back in the boat and try and compete himself at the highest level.
So it's still that UTS Haberfield and University of Queensland composite out in the leads ahead of the Tasmania University composite. About 10 seconds between the 2 crews at the 1,000 metre mark, and as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, it doesn't look like that has narrowed much at all. But as we mentioned, it's the final of the Open Lightweight Men's Quad Sculls. And as we say, Richard, some good rowers that are coming through in these ones. And even the two that have come in, we have seen James Waldesy and William Clark row for New South Wales and the ACT respectively in previous years.
Yeah, some pretty handy reserves to have on the bench there for that crew, so it hasn't lost any speed, you wouldn't have thought. And you can see now as they come through 1500, I would wager that 9.5 seconds has increased quite substantially now, in fact, over the second place crew from the Tasmania University composite crew. So just over 5 minutes, 5:00:52 the time, and 14.5 seconds now the difference between these two. So they've been pretty evenly extending by about 5 seconds per 500 metres here as they close in now on the final section of this race.
Yeah, and James Waldesy, if they do go through and win the gold medal, which they are looking quite comfortable to do, it gives him it means that his wife, Sophie Gerard-Petrides, can't hold it too much over him. We've seen Sophie win a national title yesterday in the lady doubles, so they'll both go home with some gold medals.
Yes, exactly. Now that will probably keep the bragging rights about even for now at least. Coming up to the finish now, about 150 metres to row for what is now just a UTS and University of Queensland combination. So 3 UTS rowers in the boat, being Michael McRae, Will Clark and James Waldesy, and Blaine Heseltine stroking the crew home now inside the red buoys of the final 100 metres.
Yeah, just a comfortable row there. Just starting to up their rates a little bit towards the finish, but it is quite a comfortable win for that crew from UTS Haberfield and the University of Queensland. Crossing through in first place ahead of the Tasmania University, Port Macquarie, Mercantile and University of Queensland composite over in lane 2. So a win for UTS Haberfield and the University of Queensland in the open lightweight men's quad sculls.
Second place crew about to cross the line. And yes, out to almost, just under 18 seconds there at the finish. So it is UTS Haberfield and the University of Queensland who take out the Open Lightweight Men's Quadruple Scull Championship of Australia. They'll receive their gold medals shortly. And second place, the multiple state and club composite crew from Tasmania University, Port Macquarie, Mercantile, and also the University of Queensland. The unofficial winning time is 6:42.33. And the margin just adjusted slightly. It's 17.91 seconds between these two crews. The presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Rowena Meredith, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic bronze medalist. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing the Huon and Australian National University Boat Clubs, Kate Hall, Annika Reardon, Eve Muir, Georgia Nesbitt, and coach Paul Newbon. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Another presentation to come shortly, but we go from the open lightweight events all the way back to the schoolgirl single sculls, Stuart. So the semi-finals, plural, and there are many, of the schoolgirl single scull are on the course. Now we'll try and explain the progression as we go through here. The first 3 semis will determine our A, B and C finalists. So the next 3 races are where the potential medalist will be determined. So race 485, the first semi-final, is Asia Heaps of St Luke's from Bundaberg, Sarah Burke of St Pat's from Townsville, Lane 4 is Ella Spalding of St Brendan Shaw in Devonport. Lane 5, St Paul's Grammar, Madison Joins. That's the school from Penrith. Lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang. And Lane 7, Our Lady of the Sacred Heart, Amber Tulloch there from Melbourne.
Yeah, and first and second going through to the A final, third and fourth going through to the B final, with fifth and sixth going through to the C final in this race. Going through the 1,000 metres, it is Ella Spalding from St Brendan Shaw out in the lead at the moment. She's got a 3-second lead ahead of St Patrick's Townsville's Sarah Burke, and then back another 3 seconds to St Paul's Grammar's Madison Joins. So Ella Spalding and Sarah Burke in lanes 4 and 3. Looking good at the moment through the first 1,000 metres to be able to go through. But we're just seeing a little bit of a move here from that drone footage. You can see that Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar now closing in with about half a boat length, it looks like, to second place. So not out of the running for the A final. Then back a little bit further again to Asia Heaps from St Luke's Anglican, Loretto Marriotteville's Emily Lang, and Amber Tulloch from Our Lady of the Sacred.
Yeah, so it's some pretty cutthroat racing here, these next 3 events. The top 2 only will go through to the A final. We do have, of course, a full set of exhaustive finals in the schoolgirls singles, and in fact all of the school events. So there will be, I think we go down to an F or even a G final tomorrow morning as the school minor finals take place. And the A final, of course, will take place towards the middle of the day before the interstate regatta tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, there's just some big racing coming up a little bit later on in this regatta as we head towards the finish of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships down here at Lake Ngambie. But out in the lead, it is St Brendan Shaw's Ella Spalding, followed up by Sarah Burke from St Pat's Townsville and Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar. That's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Only the first 2 going through to the A final. Only the first 2 getting the chance to become the schoolgirl single scull champions of 2022. And as we're coming up now into the final 500 metres, it's still Ella Spalding out in the lead, just over a boat length between her and St Pat's Townsville's Sarah Burke, and then another boat length back to Madison Joins. So we're going to have to keep an eye out, Richard, on this battle for second place.
That's right. So Madison Joins, the sculler from St Paul's Grammar, which is a school in Penrith. She's a member of the Nepean Rowing Club and has been pretty busy over the course of this regatta already. St Pat's, of course, from Townsville. And Brendan Shaw College, a school I first saw last year when they raced at Lake Barrington. They're located in Devonport in Tasmania, where the Spirit of Tasmania moors after its journey across Bass Strait from the terminal in Port Melbourne. So she had that school represented well last year, and here again through Ella Spalding. Looks pretty comfortable here by a length, but you're right, Stuart, the battle for second is the one to watch. Sarah Burke, the sculler from Townsville, as well ahead of Madison Joins.
Yeah, Ella Spalding, St Brendan Shaw still looking strong out in front. And I think Sarah Burke from St Pat's Townsville just looking to have pulled away a little bit from Madison Joins, but also catching up to Ella Spalding. So into the last 250 metres, it's first and second through to the A final, third and fourth through to the B, and the rest going through to the C final. Our leader, Ella Spalding from St Brendan Shaw, is under a little bit of pressure from St Pat's Townsville, Sarah Burke, and St Paul's Grammar's Madison Joins. Only the top 2 going through to the A final. Ella Spalding has led from start to finish. She's coached by David and Merv Tippett, ahead of Sarah Burke, who's coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen Burke. So bits over around a boat length between first and second. Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar was putting a little bit of a push in that third 500 metres, but Sarah Burke from St Pat's Townsville has managed to push out a little bit further. Down to the red boys, Ella Spalding from St Brendan Shaw in the lead. Boat length between her and second. Just needs to get through this last 50 metres or so to be able to go through to the A final of the 2022 Schoolgirls Singles Sculls. Sarah Burke from St Pat's Townsville sitting in second place, and then another boat length back to Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar. It will be Sarah Burke, our first qualifier. Ella Spalding, sorry, our first qualifier, finishing ahead of Sarah Burke from St Pat's Townsville. St Paul's Grammar's Madison Joins finishing in third, going through to the B final. Also joining in the B final will be St Luke's Anglican's Asia Heaps. And then going through to the C final will be Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville. And then Our Lady of the Sacred's Amber Tulloch in sixth.
A lady of the Sacred Heart there. That's Amber Tulloch in the colours, the distinctive colours of the Carrum Rowing Club, who row on the National Water Sports Centre at Carrum in Victoria. Once hosted the National Championships last century, 1992. The Oracle behind, of course, was there, I suspect, at the time, as the Queensland team manager, in fact. So Our Lady of the Sacred Heart is a school in Bentley in southeastern Melbourne, and Amber Tulloch rowing at Carrum across now in 6th place. But Ella Spalding and Sarah Burke, the first two through here from race 485, the first semi-final of the schoolgirls singles scull. An unofficial time there of 8:49.41, and she wins it by 4.98 seconds. So it is Ella Spalding and Sarah Burke through to the A final of the schoolgirls singles scull. Presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Rowena Meredith, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training. In fact, it's Paul Thompson substituting late, and Rowena Meredith. A duet, but no, Rowena Meredith, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic bronze medalist. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing the UTS Haberfield and University of Queensland Boat Clubs, James Waldersee, William Clark, Blaine Hesseltine and Michael McRae, coached by Alex Field and Matthias Ungerma. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Approaching a conclusion now in the second semi-final of the schoolgirls single scull. A field of 6 here. The very busy Sophie Malcolm now rowing for Brisbane State High School. Izzy Petruni of the Geelong College. Abigail Cox from Cathedral Townsville. Daisy Simpson-Kerr of Damascus. Ella Huber of Burwood Girls High. Abby Sharrock of the Corowa Anglican Girls School of Melbourne. And it's the two on the far side of the course, Stuart, as we'd probably expect. Sophie Malcolm and Izzy Petruni currently in the qualifying spots.
Yeah, two very talented rowers there out in the lead of this semi-final for the schoolgirls single sculls. Again, first and second through to the A final, third and fourth through to the B final, with the rest going through to the C final. We've seen the Malcolm sisters do so well in this regatta. Sophie Malcolm now coached by Michael Obstelton and Peter Wadsworth. Izzy Petruni coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. We've seen them row for their clubs throughout the day, and Sophie Malcolm in that very distinctive yellow single scull with the reds out towards the stern.
Both very experienced rowers here. You can see not needing to really expend too much energy in the closing strokes. They're comfortably the top two, although the Geelong College sculler goes for a bit of a lift late, but I think we'll be happy to go across in second place and qualify.
So Sophie Malcolm coming up towards the finish. Izzy Petruni in from Geelong College for second. Now a nice little battle in for third, fourth and fifth. We've got Cathedral Townsville's Abigail Cox sitting in third place at the moment, then Daisy Simpson-Kerr from Damascus and Ella Huber from Burwood Girls High. Remembering that a third and fourth go through to the B final with the rest through to the C. Confirmation of Sophie Malcolm as the winner. Izzy Petruni going through in second place from Geelong College. Coming through in third will be Cathedral Townsville's Abigail Cox. And then joining her in the B final will be Daisy Simpson-Kerr from Damascus. And then Ella Huber from Burwood Girls High, unable to get over the top. She'll go through to the C final, as will Abby Sharrock from Corowa Anglican Girls.
So in there to Sophie Malcolm, the defending champion in the schoolgirls single scull, comfortably through to the A final ahead of Izzy Petruni, the head of the schoolgirls winner from Victoria, in second place. So those two qualify for the A final. Abigail Cox and Daisy Simpson-Kerr finish third and fourth. Will go to the B final. And then it's Ella Huber and Abby Sharrock in fifth and sixth position. So that concludes the second semi-final of the schoolgirls singles scull. It was 8:51.46, the unofficial winning time there. And a 3.92 second win it was to Sophie Malcolm of Brisbane State High School. So the third semi on the course, that race continuing down. We'll have a change in commentary very shortly. We'll just introduce the field in this race, 487, which is the third semi of the schoolgirls single scull. Imogen Graham from St Ignatius in lane 2, Sophia Miller from Ayrsham in 3, Layla Hucker of Launceston Grammar in 4, Erin Cara from St Catherine Sydney lane 5, Lily Bragg from St Pat's in lane 6, and Scarlett Woodbury from Cathedral Townsville in lane 7. And it's welcome back to Ray Ebbett and Chris McCarthy.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, we're one down today, but the team's stepping up, and I'm nurturing and mentoring all these young commentators who are coming through beautifully. And it's time for Stuart, John, and Richard to have a rest for a half an hour. Well, Stuart's actually going for a race, so good luck to him.
Yeah, we'll see him coming down in the PR3 mixed Coxed 4 in a couple of hours' time. 2 hours now.
So
next
cool.
Bracket of A finals that we should see.
And we've got the details of 3 races on our screen at the one time there, Chris. So Caulfield Grammar are scratching from race 488, I noticed there in lane 4. So, but back to the course, 487, schoolgirls single scull, semi-final 3. First 2 to go to the A final, third and fourth to the B final, and the rest to the C final.
Yeah, and it looks to be Sophie Miller of the Ascombe School from Sydney that's making the best work of things out the head of the field in this third semi-final, looking for that spot in tomorrow morning's A final. Sophie Miller, we saw take a bronze medal, I believe, in the under-17 women's single yesterday, rowing for Ascombe, but doing most of her rowing at the Glebe Rowing Club down there on Blackwattle Bay in Sydney Harbour. Second at the 1,500 metre mark was Erin Cara of St Catherine School in New South Wales. So the two Sydney-siders leading the charge into the A final at the moment.
Comfortably as well. It's two lengths between Cara and Lily Bragg, so not much chance of a change, I wouldn't think, the first 2 to go through to the A final.
No, so Lily Bragg sitting in third, Leela Hucker from Launceston Grammar in fourth. Those two looking like our likely B finalists from this semi-final. And then Scarlett Woodbury of Cathedral from Townsville in fifth place, only a second behind Leela Hucker of Launceston Grammar. So at the moment, provisionally, Scarlett Woodbury looking at a C final appearance, but Leela Hucker under threat as Scarlett Woodbury would look to be improving her placing in the dying stages of the race. No doubt about it, Sophia Miller and Erin Cara from Ascombe and St Catherine School, the two Sydney-siders, out the head of the field, though, as we enter the last 150 metres of the course here at Lake Ngambie, taking things fairly easy and resting up before another round of racing tomorrow.
So we've got 2 Townsville scullers in lanes 6 and 7 respectively. Lily Bragg from St Pat's Townsville and Cathedral School from Townsville, Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Kimberly Brown. If someone from Queensland could confirm for me, that's Kim Brown, who used to row for Brisbane and GPS and made, I think, an Australian junior team or under 23 team in years gone by. I may be incorrect there, but Kimberly and her sisters all rowed for Australia, if it is the same Kimberly Brown.
So it is Sophia Miller, as she has led start to finish, who will come across the line in first place in this third semi-final of the schoolgirls single scull to secure her spot in tomorrow's A final, or tomorrow's B final rather. No, secure her spot in tomorrow's A final. Race 602 in your program on Sunday morning. She'll be followed across the line by St Catherine School's Erin Cara, coached there by Jared Watson. It'll then be Lily Bragg from St Pat's Townsville and Scarlett Woodbury of Cathedral in Townsville, third and fourth, and through to tomorrow's B final. Leela Hucker of Launceston Grammar in Tasmania, and just coming across the line now, our last sculler from Adelaide High, Louisa Wagner, who will cross the line and progress through to tomorrow's C final.
So first, Ascombe, Sophia Miller. Second, St Catherine's, Erin Cara. Third, St Pat's, Townsville, Lily Bragg. Fourth, Cathedral, Townsville, Scarlett Woodbury. Fifth, Launceston Grammar, Layla Hucker. And sixth, Lane 2, St Ignatius, South Australia, Imogen Graham. Winning time 8:56.6. Margins 4.8 by 4.83 by 5.03. Semi-final 4 is underway of the schoolgirls singles scull. In lane 2 is Adelaide High. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville. Scratch lane 4. Lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 6, Academy of Mary Immaculate. And in lane 7 is Norwood Morialta High. So this is semi-final 4, and from here, if you're in the first, second, and third, you'll go to the D final, and the remaining scullers will go to the E final. Thank you, Richard, for clarifying that.
So semi-final 4 well underway and crossing the 1500 metre mark now, and at that timing point it was the combinations in the crews in lanes 2 and 3. Louisa Wagner from Adelaide High on the far side of the course, who was leading the race by just 1.68 seconds from her fellow South Australian Loretto Marriotteville, as Bianca Kohlberg in second place, and then and then 3 scullers crossing in quick succession for third, fourth, and fifth at that point. So Angelica Chia from Norwood Morialta, a third South Australian, sitting in third place. A good margin back, but that battle for third and fourth will be important, as 1, 2, and 3 will progress to the D final. Remainder of the field to the E final. So at the moment it's Angelica Chia, our third place sculler, leading by just 1.06 second over Hunter Valley Grammar's Molly Walkerton, and then a tight battle then for fourth place with the Academy of Mary Immaculate sculler Annika Sirotic, coached by David Orchard, rounding out the field.
And the live streaming's been a huge success. We had people from Colombia and Mexico and all sorts of places watching yesterday. And I rang my wife this morning and she said she's watching the live streaming. I said, great, of the rowing. And she said, no, of our granddaughter's softball in Toowoomba.
As I said, Razor, it's her week off too. Leave her be.
So, yes, hello to my granddaughter who's playing softball and not watching the rowing. So, Adelaide High, Louisa Wagner and Bianca Kohlberg of Loretto Marriotteville. Is that what we've got?
That is what we've got. So, the previous semi-final, we had 2 Sydney-siders crossing the line in first and second. And then this fourth semi-final, we've got 2 South Australians just entering the red boys the last 100 metres now. It looks to be Louisa Wagner, and she's led from the start of the race, who'll come across the line just in a few strokes' time in that rate of 28 strokes a minute. So conserving a little bit of energy for tomorrow's final, and she looks to cross the line most likely in first place, just a boat length ahead of Bianca Kohlberg from Loretto Marriotteville in lane 3. Those 2 through to our D final tomorrow morning. And looks like a little bit of a tussle for third place has unfolded over the last 500 metres. And it does appear like Hunter Valley Grammar School sculler Molly Walkerton, coached there by Rowan Hislop and Mark Partridge, who has gotten the better of that tussle and will secure herself a spot in the D final tomorrow. It'll be Molly Walkerton from Hunter Valley Grammar in third place. And then Angelica Chia, another South Australian, finishing just outside of that qualifying spot in fourth. She'll progress through to the E final and followed across the line by the Lane 6 sculler Annika Seratich from the Academy of Mary Immaculate.
The first Lane 2 Adelaide High, second Lane 3 Loretto Marriotteville, third Lane 5 Hunter Valley Grammar, fourth Lane 7 Norwood Morialta High, and fifth is Lane 6 Academy of Mary Immaculate from Melbourne. Winning time unofficially 9 minutes 18.63. The margin is 2.3 by 22.83 by 3.15. Semi-final number 5. I'm glad Richard's not here at the moment because he goes crooked. There's more than 2 semi-finals. Same progression. First, second and third to the D final. The remaining scullers to the E final. Lane 2, Loretto Marriotteville, Isabella Deans. There's a very big contingent from Loretto Marriotteville.
Yeah.
Lane 3, Virtual School of Victoria, Lily Rose Hall Krause. Lane 4, Ascombe, Lucy Yabsley. Lane 5, Torrens, Sophie Butcher. Lane 6, Geelong College, Lulu McEwen. And Lane 7, Ascombe, Sabrina Coxar.
We saw Sophia Miller, also of Ascombe, qualifying into our A final earlier, winning the third semi-final of the schoolgirl single scull. It looks to be her classmate from Ascombe, Lucy Yabsley, coached by Thomas Parker, who's at the head of the field at the 500-metre timing point, as these crews just approach the 1,000-metre mark now. She was leading by 2.84 seconds over Sophie Butcher from Torrens, and then Lily Rose Hall Krause of the Virtual School in Victoria in third place. So provisionally, those three sitting in our qualifying spots at the moment, but Loretto Marriotteville's Isabella Deans in fourth, only narrowly outside of those qualifying spots for the D final.
Are you familiar with virtual schools? As someone who's a chairman of an independent school, I find the virtual school, I'd have to do some digging here.
I think I'm going to have to do some digging as well, because the name's come up a couple of times. I can't say I've ever heard of them.
Yeah, certainly the independent schools in Queensland have had influx of new students, the way they handle home learning and learning online. And the school that I'm chairman of, we've had a 13% increase in enrolments from last year to this. But I've not heard of a virtual school. We certainly do some innovative stuff, but we're not a virtual school, that's for sure. And Argentina watching as well. Thanks, Gus Radira. Have you got relatives who are watching to see how you're going? So a shout out to all of our fans in Argentina. Hola. So interesting that Torrens, Sophie Butcher is rowing for Torrens here. Obviously, it's not a rule that you must represent your school. Obviously, you have to be attending a school.
Yes, I think the rule is a bona fide school student.
Yep.
Still currently attending secondary school. But I don't think you actually have to represent your school's colours.
Yeah, well, she's obviously rowing in a Torrens singlet there, you can see.
Yep, and Torrens listed on the program. I did hear a little bit of a tidbit of information from another. So there are a lot of scullers here who are here with their clubs, competing for their clubs. And but we do see them racing in the school regatta, competing for their school colours. And I did hear of one sculler who I won't name because it's maybe doesn't reflect great on the school, but to get the week off school, she had to compete for her school colours.
Yeah.
So I suspect there may have been quite a few scullers doing the same sort of thing here at the Australian Schools Championships.
The defending champion in this event, Sophie Malcolm, is here rowing for Brisbane State High School, but competing in club events for Centenary Rowing Club.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interestingly, in Brisbane, the sculling events, single sculling events are only about over 1,000 metres, and I don't think Sophie Malcolm won a race in the schoolgirl season last year, but when it came to 2,000 metre racing in September for the State Schools Championships, away from the Brisbane Schoolgirl Rowing Association, and able to row. She's obviously a very good endurance athlete, and she towelled up the field in every event that she went in a single scull over 2,000 metres, as she did in last year's national championships. And I think in the under-17 single and the schoolgirl single last year.
last year. And this year a silver medal in
Yeah.
the under-19 single.
Behind
And then, we're looking to
Talisa
defend
Noak driver.
Sydney
won
Rowing
it.
Club.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we're looking to defend that title tomorrow morning in the A final of the schoolgirl single scull. So that'll definitely be one to watch out for.
It's spread over some real estate here, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very spread out race in our last semi-final of the schoolgirls single scull, 5th semi-final. I won't mention that too much, or Richard Dorstein may not come back to the commentary box.
He'll drop his coffee. Yeah.
Exactly. So as the crews cross through the 1,500 metre mark, and positions looking relatively unchanged. It was Sophie Butcher of Torrens in the lead. She is being challenged late by Lucy Yabsley of the Ascombe School. She was leading in the early stages of the race, and Sophie Butcher from Torrens making a decisive move in the third 500 metres, but not decisive enough, it appears. Lucy Yabsley making a good push for the line here as they enter the red boys of the last 100 metres. And then on the far side of the course, a good little race unfolding between Loretta Marriotteville's Isabella Deans and Virtual School Victoria's Lily Rose Hall-Kraus, who locked in that all-important battle for third place to determine who goes through to the D final and who goes through to the E final tomorrow morning. It will be Sophie Butcher from Torrens after a big move in the third 500 metres. She will come through and be our first qualifier.
Look at Yabsley. He's just
lane
cranked
4.
it.
She is moving. And so it will be Torrens sculler, Sophie Butcher, Lucy Yabsley of Ascombe, then the sculler from Loretta Marriotteville, Isabella Deans in third. They're our qualifiers through to the D final. And then Lily Rose Hall-Kraus of Virtual School in Victoria in fourth place.
And on the course, straight behind him is the under-23 women's quadruple scull final for the gold medal. Lane 2, Sydney University NSWIS. Lane 3, UTS Haberfield Fremantle Western Australian Rowing Club NSWIS and WACE. And in lane 4, ANU University of Queensland Griffith University Surface Paradise Composite.
Yes, and as we come into the dying stages of this race, they're coming at us thick and fast. It is the Sydney University Boat Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, who have an absolutely commanding lead through the as they come into the red boys the last 100 metres of the race. That's the crew of Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, Ella Menzies, the crew coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. They will undoubtedly cross the line as our national champions in the under-23 women's quadruple scull. The UTS Haberfield composite next to them of Sarah Farr, Jolie Patterson, Genevieve Hart and Laura Goulet, the composite with Fremantle and West Australian rowing clubs. They're a good distance back, but will be our silver medalists. Be Sydney University Boat Club, who cross the line to take the national championship in the under-23 women's quadruple scull. The UTS West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle composite crew in second place. And then the ANU University of Queensland Griffith University Surface Paradise combination in lane number 4 will cross the line in third place.
Looking pretty sharp, the winning crew, that's for sure. Sydney University, they were nice and parallel. The timing was good, so well done to them. Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Jack obviously assisting now. He's not rowing anymore.
Not rowing anymore. I think he's been on the coaching team there for a couple of years now, and making good work of it here with the under-23 women's program at the Sydney University Boat Club.
So winning time 7:03.12, 7:03.12. The margin's 12.73 by 10.49. And about to begin shortly will be the under-23 men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia for the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy. In lane 1, Canned Composite QAS Western Australian Institute of Sport. Lane 2, Melbourne University VIS. Lane 3, Sydney University NSWIS. Lane 4, Mercantile. Lane 5, Melbourne University Composite. Lane 6, Fremantle Western Australian Rowing Club Composite. And Lane 7, UTS Haberfield Tamar Western Australian Rowing Club Composite. And a fantastic shot from our drone as the 7/8s are in the starters' hands. Just waiting for lane 7 to just straighten up a little there. And I noted with interest Dom Frederico in the Mercantile crew. I've had it confirmed. He's the grandson of the late, great Justice Hubert Frederico, who was a stalwart of Victorian Australian rowing and coached at St Kevin's for a number of years, nicknamed Freddie Frederico. So Dom Frederico is, in fact, his grandson.
See those crews just pointing their bow balls slightly into the wind on the southern side of the course, but things not looking quite as drastic as they have in recent days. So definitely some calmer conditions down there in the early stages of the course here at Lake Ngambie.
And off they go.
And off they go. So a lot of high quality racing here, a few composite crews and a few all club crews looking to put that club pride on the line. I know this is a very important event for the Sydney University Boat Club, having taken this out a number of times in recent years, and they'll definitely be looking to put together a competitive single club crew to take out or to contest for the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy. But off the start, it is pretty tight across the field, but the crews on the near side of the course, the Fremantle Composite with the West Australian Rowing Club, Liam Davis, Alex Chechil, Aria Almasi, Blake Wyatt, Apollo Solomon, Alex Baroni, and Liam Walker, and Ben Scott, their Cox Cooper and Pash. That crew coached by Tom Gaddy in the iconic colours of a West Australian Rowing Club boat. Do look to have gotten the better of the field in the early strokes of the race, but the crew in lane number 2 from the Melbourne University Boat Club certainly going with them as they approach the 250 metre mark. We saw Melbourne University Boat Club take 1st and 4th in the under-23 men's Coxless 4 yesterday in a very commanding row, and they'll be looking to back up that obvious depth in their under-23 men's squad with a win in the under-23 Coxed 8. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Melbourne University Boat Club just ahead of the canned Griffith University Surfers Paradise combination in 2nd. Mercantile Rowing Club in 3rd. Melbourne University's number 2 crew in the centre of the course composite with Mossman Boat Club. Mossman Rowing Club in 4th place. The Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club composite, who were such fast starters at the beginning of the race, in 5th at that first timing point. Sydney University Boat Club in 6th, and the UTS Haverfield combination with Tamar and the West Australian Rowing Clubs trailing the field at that first timing point. But it is certainly Melbourne University Boat Club who have made the most of things, rating 40 strokes per minute at the 650 metre mark of the course here at Lake Ngambie. They lead by half a boat length from Mercantile Rowing Club.
And they've been practicing in this boat, Melbourne Uni. They've got a tandem in 4 and 5, so obviously this is not a scratch crew. They've aimed to win this race, and Matty Ryan, helped by Tom Minifee, have identified that the tandem was required to make this boat go as fast as it possibly could, and at the moment it's going faster than everybody else, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're looking to just break connection with the Canned and Griffith University Surfers Paradise crew on the far side of the course. They're leading by almost exactly a boat length at this stage, but as they come through the 1,000 metre mark shortly, we'll see if they've managed to break just a little bit of clear water, and they have. So they've broken connection with the field. It's Melbourne University in the lead at the 1,000 metre mark. Canned Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 2nd. Mercantile Rowing Club just 3/4 of a boat length behind them, and then things get a little bit tighter into the field then. Melbourne University and Mossman Composite in 4th. Sydney University Boat Club in 5th. Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club in 6th. And the UTS combination in 6th place there at the halfway point of the race. But it is all about that Melbourne University Boat Club crew. Harry Fox, Lucas Matic, Charlie Petruni, Hamish Winpope, Fraser Miscampbell, William Ackerman, Nick Smith, Rowan Lavery, and their Cox Lachlan Goller, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Menifee, who are making the most of things in the 3rd quarter, the championship quarter of the under-23 men's Cox State for the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy. The Canned composite crew on the far side of the course, the Queenslanders, Dylan Rhodes of Canned, Cormac Kennedy Leverett of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, getting a sweep race in here at the Australian Rowing Championships. Johnson Daubney of Swan River Rowing Club, Samuel Atherton of Canned, Jared Lord of Canned, Miller Rowe, Daniel Horsley, and Mitch Salisbury of Cairns, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, and John O'Cook, the coxswain. The coaches Scott Rowe and Mark Beer there. They're our provisional silver medalists as the field of the under-23 men's Cox State. advances towards the line very quickly. It would probably be our fastest race of the week, I dare say.
2:52 through the 1,000-metre mark. I have no doubt it'll be the fastest race we've had. Jen, just a little more clear water there, but only a fraction. So these two leading boats have moved 2.5 lengths clear of third place, which is Melbourne Uni. Mossman then follows Mercantile. Melbourne Uni, of course, coached by Matt Ryan, Olympic silver medalist. Mercantile, coached by Mike Mackay, multiple Olympic gold medalist. So some high-quality coaches in this field, as well as very promising young athletes in the under-23 Men's Cox State Championship of Australia.
Yeah, so it's most certainly all about Melbourne University at the head of the field. Canned, not letting go. The Queenslanders on the far side of the course, still maintaining onto that boat length back from first place, sitting in the silver medal position. A good gap then emerging back to third place. At the 1,500 metre mark, it was the Mercantile Rowing Club crew, but it looks like they've had a good tussle with the crew on their bow side. That's the combination of Melbourne University Boat Club and Mossman Rowing Club. So Melbourne University Boat Club possibly with two crews on the podium here in the under-23 Men's Cox State as their number one crew strides towards the line for the Australian Federation of Old Ordsmen's Trophy. They will take the national championship by a boat length over the Mercantile, over the Queenslanders on the far side of the course, the Canned and West Australian composite crew. So it'll be Melbourne University Boat Club by 3/4 of a boat length ahead of the Canned crew on the far side of the course. Melbourne University Boat Club, your national champions in the under-23 Men's Cox State. Canned in second place. The Mossman and Melbourne University Boat Club crew in third place to round out the medals. Melbourne University with two crews on the podium for the under-23 Cox State. Mercantile in third. Sydney University Boat Club in fourth. The West Australian composite crew in fifth place, narrowly ahead of a very fast finish UTS Haberfield composite crew with Tamar and the West Australian rowing clubs.
You said that with such great confidence.
It's because I'm right.
They've
Fraser.
called for a photo. 5 minutes 50.04, the margin of 2.58 between first and second. So they caught up a little in the last 500. 9.64 back to third and a further 3.44 in third place. I have told these young guys that if you're going to say names, you need to say them with conviction and sound confident, but I wasn't so sure about that photo finish there.
Presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rowena Meredith, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre athlete and 2020 Olympic bronze medalist. In second place, and silver medalist representing the UTS Haberfield, Fremantle and West Australian rowing clubs, Sarah Fard, Jolie Patterson, Genevieve Hartz and Laura Goulet. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Sydney University. Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, and Ella Mentzine, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. So after a couple of final races. We move back to the semi-finals of our Australian Schools Rowing Championship with the first of 5, yes, 5 semi-finals in the schoolboys single scull. But the first 3 of them will be the races that qualify our A, B and C finalists. The top 2 in these next 5 races will go through. Filled in Semi 1, which is already well underway, and in fact looks to be through halfway. Chad Willett from Nudgee College, lane 2. Adam Holland from Scotch Adelaide in 3. Thomas Stevens at Brisbane Boys College, lane 4. Finn Woodward from Redlands in 5. Samuel Klotz of St Luke's in Bundaberg, lane 6. And Zink Bosco from Hunter Valley Grammar racing in lane 7. And it looks to be, Chris, the 2 scullers over on the far side of the course at the halfway mark. Adam Holland and also Chad Willett in the qualifying spots.
Yeah, absolutely. And conditions looking a little bit more fair across the course today, but our top qualifiers are still seated in the far side of on the far side of the course. So it is not overly surprising that we are seeing good results on that portion of the course. And it was at the 1,000-metre mark, Adam Holland of Scotch College from South Australia, who had a 3.5-second lead over Nudgee College's Chad Willett, and then back to a fellow Queenslander, Samuel Klotz of St Luke's Anglican. A fairly sizable margin, then back to 3rd place, and a little battle going on with Scotch College's Adam Holland there for 4th, and Zink Bosco from Hunter Valley Grammar in 6th place, and Samuel Klotz of St Luke's Anglican in 7th at the halfway point. So our progressions in these ones, not unlike the schoolgirl semi-finals that we saw previous to our 2A finals just recently. The top 2 scullers in this race will progress through to tomorrow morning's A final. The 3rd and 4th placed scullers in these races will progress through to the B final. And the remainder of the scullers, most of these races, that is 2 more scullers, but a couple I think is just 1, will progress through to the C final. That is the case for the first 3 semi-finals of the schoolboys single scull this morning, and then semi-finals 4 and 5 will have a slightly different progression to the D and E finals.
Glad you explained that one and not me, Chris, but can't wait for semi-final 5. But in any case, we are approaching conclusion here in semi-final 1, and these first 3 are the races from which our A finalists will be determined, and still looks to be fairly comfortably the sculler from Scotch College Adelaide there, Adam Holland, and Chad Willett from Nudgee College in Brisbane. He make up a little bit of ground, and but we need to ensure he does stay ahead of the other Brisbane sculler here, Thomas Stevens from Brisbane Boys College, coached by John Pettigrew. And also Samuel Klotz, the Bundaberg sculler there from St Luke's Anglican, lane 6, is not too far off the off 3rd spot at least. 3rd and 4th will go to the B final, so plenty of racing still required there in the late strokes to ensure their progression to the highest level of final. And from the B final, you can still rank in the position 7 to 12 in the country in the schoolboys single scull, so certainly plenty to race for there. But Adam Holland looks like he'll take this one out.
It is Adam Holland of Scotch College Adelaide, just a boat length and a half clear of St Joseph's College Nudgee's Chad Willett. So those 2 scullers through to tomorrow morning's A final of the schoolboy single scull. In a tight battle starting to appear for 3rd between the Brisbane Boys College sculler in lane 4, Thomas Stevens, and the St Luke's Anglican sculler of Samuel Klotz. It'll be Samuel Klotz in 3rd place to the B final, and the Brisbane Boys College sculler of Thomas Stevens, coached by John Pettigrew, in 4th. Those 2 scullers to our B final. Finn Woodward of Redlands, coached by Charlie Patterson, in 5th place through to our C final, and he'll be joined in that C final by the Hunter Valley Grammar School sculler, Zink Bosco.
So the unofficial results there in semi-final 1 of the schoolboys single scull race. 492 was won by Adam Holland from Scotch College Adelaide, ahead of Chad Willett from Nudgee College. Those 2 through to the A final. 3rd place was Samuel Klotz of St Luke's. 4th, Thomas Stevens of Brisbane Boys College. 5th, Finn Woodward of Redlands. 6th, Zink Bosco of Hunter Valley Grammar. And it's 5. That's not the right time. Actually, that's a 1,500 metre time, 5:42.87. And We have got a verdict, have we, Chris, in
We
that
have got a verdict.
race previously? It doesn't get much closer than that.
No, it doesn't. And I'm eating my words after I very confidently told Ray Abbott that I was right. In the under-23 men's Cox State, 6th place went to the UTS Haberfield Composite over the Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club Composite by 0.01 of a second. So doesn't get much tighter than that. Some great racing in the under-23 men's Cox State here this morning.
And it did take some, the duration of that next race to conclude the photo side. Obviously, you could see just how long. We spoke with Ray yesterday about the women's single scull at the Sydney Olympics, where the result took about, I think, 30 minutes or so from memory to get the photo finish zoomed in the women's single scull. So they can go on when they've got to get very, very closely zooming in to determine the winner. And that was a photo for 5th and 6th in this case, in any case. But we're racing in the second semi now of the schoolboys single scull with, again, a field of 6 scullers in this race. Hutchins, Hayden Mounter, lane 2. Harry Selfinger of Aquinas College, Perth, lane 3. Troy Heron from Trinity Lutheran, lane 4. Noah Buxton from Adelaide High in 5. Max Curry of Pres Hill from Melbourne, lane 6. And the Nudgee College sculler Hamish Letty is in lane 7. So through 1,500 metres now, Hayden Mounter leading here in this second semi-final of the schoolboys single scull. The Hutchins sculler from Tasmania ahead of Max Curry from the Pres Hill, the school in Kew, a member of the Hawthorn Rowing Club. .61 seconds between those two. Then almost 10 seconds back to Troy Heron in 3rd place from Trinity Lutheran College on the Gold Coast. Adelaide High's Noah Buxton next, and Hamish Letty of Nudgee College currently in 5th place. So going to assume that he is, I think, the son of Graham Letty, who was a long time, I think, deputy headmaster at Nudgee College, and very instrumental in their move into the GPS competition in the late 1990s, who've become a powerhouse of Queensland schoolboy rowing over the past 20 years. Yeah, I think from Rockhampton Grammar to Nudgee College, and now we believe Graham Letty working at Waverley College in Sydney. He is the headmaster there, and yes, there's certainly a Letty representation in this race. But back in 5th place, Hamish Letty. Hayden Mounter is our race leader still, along with Max Curry of Pres Hill. On opposite sides of the course look to be the two who should go through from this second semi-final.
So as we saw in the previous semi-final, our top two going through to the A final, and our top two followed by quite a significant margin back to 3rd in our, should be our progressors to the B final. So it will be at this stage the Hutchins representative, Hayden Mounter from Tasmania, over in lane number 2, who will cross the line in first in this second semi-final, the schoolboys single scull. He'll progress to tomorrow's A final. The sculler in lane 6 from Preschel in Victoria. Max Curry will join him in tomorrow's A final. Then be followed by our B final progressors, the lane 4 sculler. Just crossing the line now, Troy Heron of Trinity Lutheran will cross the line in 3rd through to our B final. Then the lane 5 sculler from Adelaide High, Noah Buxton, also through to the B final. Hamish Letty from Nudgee in 5th place, and he will progress to tomorrow's C final.
It's just the 5 scullers in that race, it seems. So Hayden Mounter of Hutchins and Max Curry of Pres Hill through to the A final of the schoolboys at single scull. Ahead of Troy Heron 3rd, Noah Buxton 4th. They'll go to the B final. 5th place then Hamish Letty of Nudgee College, who'll race in the C final of the schoolboys single scull. 7:54.88, the unofficial time there of race 493, which compares 11 seconds slower than the previous semi won by Adam Holland. 7:43.47 his time there. the presentation of medals and the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy for the Under-23 Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Nikki McCallan, Rowing Victoria Board Director. Third place and bronze medalists, the Melbourne University and Mossman Rowing Clubs. Nicholas Pender, Torben Ungermark, Benjamin Simons, Thomas Hierding, Joe Bryant, Felix Oliver, Tom Murray, Nicholas Fletcher Dimitropoulos and Sam Babbage, coached by Matthew Ryan. In second place and silver medalists representing the Cairn and Griffith University Surfers Paradise Clubs, Angus McCasker, Mitch Salisbury, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, Dylan Rhodes, Jared Lord, Samuel Atherton, Daniel Horsley, Miller Rowe and John O'Cook, coached by Scott Rowe and Mark Beer. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Melbourne University, Harry Fox, Lucas Maddock, Charlie Petruni, Hamish Winpope, Fraser Miscampbell, William Ackerman, Nick Smith, Rowan Lavery and Lachlan Goller, coached by Matt Ryan and Tom Minifee. The Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy will now be presented by Nikki McCallan. Please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. So the third semi-final of the schoolboys single scull is nearing its conclusion. This is the last of the finals from which our finalists will be determined. So two more spots on offer here. Trinity Lutheran lane 2, Matthew Flinders lane 3, Pembroke School in 4, Kinross Wallarai in 5, Kew High School lane 6 and Ignatius Park lane 7. And it looks like Alec Hoskin of the Kinross Wallarai School has his boat out in front, and a good race then between Robert Vanderpoel and also Cooper Peter. The race for second and third and a qualifying spot to the A final. So the blue boat there off Kinross Wallarai has the advantage. I think that the Trinity Lutheran sculler on the far side, they usually row in distinctive dark green boats. Not the case in this race, but Robert Vanderpoel, who's coached by Sam Duncan and Eric Growing, leading the South Australian there in third place. That is Cooper Peter, coached by Simon Lane and Darren Potts, rowing here for the Pembroke School of South Australia. Then also Archie Critchell of Kew High, the member of the Hawthorn Rowing Club. He'll be there in fourth place looking for a B final spot, but it'll be the Kinross sculler, Alex Hoskin, coached by Benjamin Watt, who goes across by 2 lengths to take out the race here on lane 5. Alex Hoskin first for Kinross Wallarai, just under 2 lengths. It'll be to Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran. So those two through to the A final. Then it is Cooper Peter of the Pembroke School, linked back in third. Fourth goes to Archie Critchell of Kew High. And then the next two home will be Matthew Flinders, Anglican College from Queensland. Charles Clark there in fifth place. He'll go to the C final along with, in fact, that's the Hawthorn colours there. So I think it was Noah Lau of Ignatius Park who finished in fourth place. And Kew High School Archie Critchell will finish sixth in that race. So just to reconfirm those results, Alec Hoskin of Kinross, certainly our race winner. Second was Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity. Then those two to the A final. Cooper Peter and Noah Lau in third and fourth will go to the B final. And then Charles Clark and Archie Critchell in fifth and sixth place will go to the C final from the third semi of the school boys single scull. 7:54.93, the unofficial time there. Very, very close to the time of semi 2. but the winner of semi-final 1 has the fastest time by more than 10 seconds, Adam Holland of Scotch College, Adelaide. So this, Chris, now is the fourth semi-final as we enter uncharted territory here in the schoolboys single scull. These are the races to determine the D and E finalists who will go through to tomorrow's racing. So we'll begin tomorrow morning at the earlier time too, I think of about 7:40 a.m. the first race tomorrow with the G and F finals of the schoolgirls. And also, I think the schoolboys at single scull. A reminder too for those here in Victoria or possibly coming here tomorrow that daylight saving does end in the southern states in the early hours of tomorrow morning. So make your adjustments accordingly. Racing tomorrow back on Australian Eastern Standard Time with no more daylight saving time.
Also worth mentioning that tomorrow there is the Melbourne Marathon occurring. So for people who are travelling up from Melbourne tomorrow morning, please factor that into your plans. You wouldn't want to miss a fantastic King's Cup race tomorrow afternoon on account of some runners.
Exactly right. And the King's Cup scheduled for 3:20, the last race of the game. I think it's race 623 on the program. And the Queen's Cup at 3 p.m. So that is the conclusion, the culmination of a great week of racing here on Lake Ngambie. But here do come these scullers in semi-final 4. They're through 1500. No, not quite. In fact, approaching the 1500 metre mark. It was the Geelong College sculler Alexander Williams who led after the 1000 metre mark, and then Callum McClure in second.
It looks like at the 1500 metre mark, it is still Alexander Williams of Geelong College out at the head of the field by 5-something seconds. Over Callum McClure from Somerset College in Queensland. A bit of a margin then back 5 seconds, about 3 or 4 boat lengths then to Geelong College's Sam Thompson in third place. So those are provisional progressors to the D final. Jacob Fielder of Hutchins School in Tasmania in fourth. Hunter Valley Grammar School's Caleb Chadwick in fifth place.
So the race still being led here by the first of two scullers from the Geelong College in Victoria. Alexander Williams from Callum McClure of Somerset College, and the Geelong College also Sam Thompson. So they might get two scullers in here to the D final. Our top three will go to, although Sam Thompson under pressure from Caleb Chadwick of Hunter Valley Grammar, and also there the Hutchins School sculler Jacob Fiedler of the Hutchins School of Tasmania sits in about fifth place. We do only appear to have the 5 scullers, I think, in this race, so no appearance possibly from Northern Beaches Secondary. Yes, in lane
McGregor.
2. That's it. So
will be the sculler who's been at the head of the field throughout the race, Alexander Williams, Geelong College. Crosses the line first place and progresses through to tomorrow morning's D final. He'll be joined by Somerset College's Callum McClure, and then it's anyone's guess who will be the third progressor to the D final. It looks like the second Geelong College sculler, Sam Thompson, has just managed to ease his bow ball in front by half a boat length ahead of Caleb Chadwick of Hunter Valley Grammar School, who will progress to tomorrow morning's E final. And he'll be joined by Hutchins School's sculler, Jacob Fiedler, coached there by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright.
So the unofficial results there in semi-final 4 of the schoolboys single scull. First place, Alexander Williams of the Geelong College. Second place, Callum McClure of Somerset College. Third, Sam Thompson, also from the Geelong College. Fourth, Caleb Chadwick. And fifth, Jacob Fiedler in that fourth semi-final. So the top 3 to the D final, and the remaining 2 scullers to the E final of the schoolboys single scull. The time there was 8:19.98 for our race winner. As we go to the 5th and final semi-final of the schoolboys single scull. It does become something of a mouthful after a while, but it is great to see the depth of talent in these school events, particularly in the single sculling fields with so many races required just to determine our 6A finalists. So this last of the semis is again a race for the D and E final. Darcy James of Marist College of the ACT, Callum Dunn from Cranbrook is lane 3, Angus Fermi of Hutchins School in 4, Vincent Mitteff from Newcastle Grammar lane 5, Curtis Wilmot from Gippsland Grammar lane 6, and Xander Borum from Ballarat Grammar is racing in lane 7.
So as the crews in the 5th and final semi-final of the schoolboy single scull cross through the 1,000 metre mark and approach the 1,500 metre mark, it was Darcy James of Marist College in the ACT leading just narrowly ahead of Angus Fermi of Hutchins School at that halfway timing point. Top 3 crews here progressing to the D final, and the final 3 crews, the remainder of the field, to tomorrow's E final. You'll notice Curtis Wilmot from Gippsland Grammar there in 5th place. His older brother Lockie Wilmot in the bow seat of the Mercantile Club 8 yesterday afternoon. That came across the line in 3rd or 4th place, I think. Not necessarily the biggest blokes, the Wilmot, but it's a lot of heart and a good asset to any crew, that's for sure.
So the red boat there on the far side, definitely again, we had issues with our pinks and our reds before, but that would be a red boat certainly again of the Tasmanian sculler from the Hutchins School, Angus Vermey there over on lane 4 or towards the far side of the course, and the Cranbrook sculler also in a similarly coloured boat, I think he might be too, Chris, in 2nd place. Darcy James of Marist College, in fact it is, who's there in 2nd place on lane 2. Cranbrook between them back in 3rd place, Callum Dunn it would be, and the top 3 will all go through to the D final here from this 5th semi-final of the schoolboys single scull, but it is the 2 red boats certainly prominent here in the top 2 spots with just on 200 metres now to race. The 2 red boats here to complete the 5th semi-final of the schoolboys single scull, and it is these 2 well clear. It is Hutchins Angus Vermey, coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright, and then Darcy James of Marist College in the ACT, who is coached by Taylor Thomas. Callum Dunn of Cranbrook sits comfortably in 3rd, so not much change here over the concluding stages. A really good race for 4th and 5th between Vincent Mitteff and Curtis Wilmot coming up, but Angus Vermey goes across and takes the race win for the Hutchins School. He'll race again in the D final of the schoolboys single scull, along with Darcy James from Marist College in the ACT, and the yellow boat and the red hat there for the Cranbrook sculler, Callum Dunn, in 3rd. 4th and 5th will be close indeed. We might need Chris McCarthy's photo finish eyes for this one, the green boat of Gippsland Grammar alongside Newcastle Grammar, but no, even I can see that one. It's going to be Newcastle Grammar by 3/4 of a length in the end as he pulls away late and goes through in 4th place. Curtis Wilmot finishes 5th, Xander Borum 6th for Ballarat Grammar. there, the unofficial time in that race, 8:18:34 to conclude the 5 semi-finals of the schoolboys single scull. And the winning margin, 5.27 seconds as we go back to finals racing on the course. And the 4 boats are on their way in the under-23 lightweight women's quadruple scull. Race 497. Lane 2 is a Sydney West Australian composite crew. Lane 3, the ANU, Corio Bay, Adelaide University and Mersey. Lane 4 is a Buckingham, Tasmania University, Centenary and Kentish combination. And lane 5, Adelaide, Mercantile and Banks. Good luck, Chris McCarthy.
Thank you, Richard. And, we had quite a race holding up in the first 500 metres of this under-23 lightweight women's quad. We did have the ANU composite with Corio Bay, Adelaide University and Mersey. That's Hannah Tippett of Mersey, Isabel Watson of Adelaide Uni, Maggie Foley of Corio Bay and Alexandra Moylan of ANU, supported by the ACT High Performance Program. That crew was our early race leaders at the 500 metre mark, but Sydney Rowing Club and West Australian Rowing Clubs, Liesl Page, Laura Cypher, both of Sydney, Georgia Seed of West Australian Rowing Club and Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club, the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That crew has responded in the second 500 metre mark and pulled out to a handy lead of about 3 or 4 boat lengths. It'll be Sydney Rowing Club through the 1500 metre mark, about 4 lengths clear of the ANU composite in lane 3, at the head of the field in the under-23 lightweight women's quadruple scull. We have seen a number of these girls race before. Liesl Page, Laura Cypher and Grace Cypher, all just the Cypher sisters actually, I believe, racing in the under-21 women's quad scull earlier this morning and taking home a gold medal. Grace and Georgia Seed winning the under-23 lightweight women's double scull earlier in the week, yesterday morning. So a haul of gold medals already for a number of members of this Sydney and West Australian Rowing Club composite crew at the head of the field. And these girls will be looking to add another one in just a couple of minutes' time as they come storming into the last 250 metres of the course. It was the Adelaide composite on the near side of the course. Demetria Kyriakopoulos of Mercantile, and Ant De Cosmo of Banks, Olivia Evans also of Mercantile, and Sophia Schuhinen of Adelaide Rowing Club, who are sitting in the provisional bronze medal position, having a little tussle with the Buckingham composite. Jessica Welch of Kentish, Jessica Malcolm of Centenary, Kate Oliver of Tasmania University Boat Club, and Phoebe Teal of Buckingham, who are just pushing up, knocking on the door of a podium position at the moment. But it is all about the Sydney and Western Australian Rowing Club composite at the head of the field, who have led from the 500 metre mark onwards. A decisive push in the second quarter of the race has put them ahead of the field, and they have strode out to a handy lead of about 4 or 5 boat lengths at the head of the field in the under-23 lightweight women's quadruple scull. Sydney Rowing Club and West Australian Rowing Club will be the national champions for 2022. It's Liesl Page, Laura Cypher, Georgia Seed and Grace Cypher in first place. The ANU composite of Hannah Tippett, Isabel Watson, Maggie Foley and Alexandra Moylan in the silver medal position. And the Adelaide composite crew with Mercantile and Banks in third place. The Buckingham, Tasmania University, Centenary and Kentish composite crew rounding out the field in fourth place.
Can hear the joy in Chris's voice there as the Sydney Rowing Club racks up a few more points in the club point score. That will be determined by the end of today, with the club events coming to a conclusion.
End of tomorrow, Club 8s.
The Club 8s, of course, yes, in the middle
morning.
of tomorrow's program. That's right. So we'll keep an eye on that one too. Well, Chris is not racing in it as he was last year. He's seen the light. So the unofficial results there anyway in race 497. First place, the Sydney West Australian Rowing Club composite crew. Second went to the ANU composite combination on lane 3. Third place, Adelaide composite lane 5. They will be our medalists in the under-23 lightweight women's quad scull. And fourth place, the Tasmanian and also Centenary Rowing Club composite combination on lane 4. As we can go back down to the start line, and we should be able to watch this race right from the opening strokes now. The one of the big races of the regatta, the final of the Open Lightweight Men's Coxers 4. The race for the Lucerne Cup will be underway shortly. Still a bit of adjusting to be done by the aligner at the start, it looks like, but the 3 crews are in the start attachment. They're in the centre of the town of Nagambie. UTS Haberfield, the crew in lane 2. The Barwon Banks, the Victorian composite crew, quite likely, I think, the Victorian crew there in lane 3. And then the Toowong crew, who possibly we'll see tomorrow in the Queensland colours, racing there in lane 4. So a bit of a preview of the interstate regatta to come here as well between these 3 crews, who are soon to be underway from the 2,000 metre start. Race named the Lucerne Cup because of the Australian crew that won what was then the FISA Championships, we think in about 1974 in Lucerne at that very, very picturesque course on the Rotsee in Lucerne, Switzerland, where the third World Cup regatta of each year usually is held, and also World Championships from time to time. A wonderful rowing course for those like a few of us up here who like to tour around the world and visit some of these rowing courses, although many in their official capacity as a team manager over the years as well in the form of Ray Abbott. But they're racing here, Chris, in the race for the Lucerne Cup. And this is indeed a pretty good preview of what we can enjoy tomorrow in the Interstate Regatta as well.
Yeah, exactly. The Barwon composite in the centre of the course. That's Sam Oostendorp from Banks, Harry Cathcart also of Banks, and then Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings at the Barwon Rowing Club, coached by Michael Cushion and Thomas Kreber. That is our Penrith Cup lightweight men's 4 representing Victoria, the Big White V, tomorrow afternoon in the Interstate lightweight men's Coxless 4. And at the moment they have about a canvas lead as we enter the 400 metre mark of the course here. The UTS Haberfield on the far side of the course, Cameron Ogilvie, William Clark, Peter Waldesy, Jack Message. That is a largely club crew. Peter Waldesy will be in the New South Wales lightweight men's 4 tomorrow afternoon. And William Clark, a man who has represented in a number of lightweight men's 4s for a couple of different states, I might add. Both a ACT and New South Wales representative in the lightweight men's 4 in years gone by. But they'll be outdone at the 500 metre mark by Toowong Rowing Club. They are represented by Austin Dipple, Christian Place, Jack Price, Tom Williamson, the crew coached by Leo Karadimitri and Kieran Dwyer. And that crew is half of the Queensland Interstate Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 that we'll see tomorrow afternoon. So a good preview of the race coming down now, and we can see the Victorian crew in the centre of the course, thanks to our fantastic drone footage with the bucket rig in the centre of the crew that are just starting to pull away and are just about to break clear water away from the Toowong crew on just to their bow side, half a length back then to the UTS Haberfield combination on the southern bank of Lake Ngambie. So fantastic pictures there from our drone of the Victorian crew leading the charge in the interstate, or rather the open lightweight men's Coxless 4 for the Lucerne Cup here this morning. The Victorian crew there. Victoria last won the Penrith Cup in 2019 after a pretty commanding win in this event at the same regatta. That crew contained Michael McNamara, his father, the man largely responsible for the construction of this rowing course, where we are very fortunate to be hosted this week at Lake Ngambie. The same man who was a very large part of the push to bring the regatta here after we unfortunately lost Penrith a number of weeks ago. And still the Victorian crew, who lead by about a boat length and a half from Toowong Rowing Club as they approach the 1,000 or cruise through the 1,000 metre mark and approaching the 1,500 metre mark rather rapidly. This open lightweight men's Coxless 4. The Toowong crew sit about 2 boat lengths clear of UTS Haberfield on the far side of the course. Fairly docile conditions down there. On the far side of the course in the middle stages of the race here at Lake Ngambie on Saturday. So results unchanged there at the 1500 metre mark of the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 for the Lucerne Cup. It was the Barwon Banks Composite, otherwise known as the Victorian Interstate Lightweight Men's Coxless 4. The crew there of Sam Oostendorp and Harry Cathcart of the Banks Rowing Club, Carl Tomczak and Thomas Hastings of the Barwon Rowing Club, coached there by Michael Cushion and Thomas Kreber, who have led start to finish here in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 as they pass the tents of the boat park in the last 500 metres of the course. Again, shout out to our fantastic drone footage there, delivered by BMA. And the Victorian crew just pushing out even further of a lead in the dying stages of the race. They're up to about 3 boat lengths over the crew from Toowong on the near side of the course. That's Austin Dipple, Christian Place, Jack Price, Tom Williamson, coached by Leo Karadimitri and Kieran Dwyer. The UTS Haberfield on the far side of the course, Cameron Ogilvie, William Clark, Peter Waldersee, Jack Message, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman, sitting in 3rd place at the moment and obviously outside of the medals in this race for the Lucerne Cup. But it will undoubtedly be as they cross into the red boys of the last 100 metres here at Lake Ngambie. The crew from Victoria, the Barwon Composite crew, Sam Oostendorp, Harry Cathcart, Carl Tomczak and Thomas Hastings, who will cruise across the line after a fairly unthreatened trip down the 2,000 metre course here at Lake Ngambie to take out the Lucerne Cup for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 for 2022. Toowong Rowing Club will cross the line in 2nd place, margin of 2 or 3 boat lengths back there, and UTS Haberfield to round out the field in 3rd.
So the Victorians throwing out the challenge for the Interstate Regatta and the race for the Penrith Cup tomorrow. There'll be a couple of pretty hot crews there also with the Tasmanians to come back into the field, but a big win there. The Lucerne Cup goes for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 to Sam Oostendorp, Harry Cathcart, Carl Tomczak and Thomas Hastings, the Barwon Banks Composite crew. Toowong there in 2nd place, and 3rd goes to UTS Haberfield in race 498, 6:32.52, the unofficial winning time. And the margin as they cross the line, 5.20 seconds for Barwon Banks, who will win the Lucerne Cup. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Paul Thompson, MBE, Rowing Australia Performance Director. Third place and bronze medalist from the Adelaide Mercantile and Banks Rowing Clubs, Demetria Kyriakopoulos, Ant de Cosmo, Olivia Evans and Sophia Suhonen, coached by Alistair Matthews and Thomas Kreber. Second place and silver medalist from the Australian National University, Corio Bay, Adelaide University and Mersey Rowing Clubs, Hannah Tippett, Isabel Watson, Maggie Foley and Alexandra Moylan, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan, Jason Lane and David Romano. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022 from the Sydney and Western Australian Rowing Clubs, Liesl Page, Laura Seifer, Georgia Seed and Grace Seifer, who was coached by Lachlan Carter, Brendan Longman and Stefano Belosso. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. So we move on now to the two semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4. Just the standard progression here, two semis. The top three in each will move through, and they're already through halfway. And it is Ballarat Clarendon in lane 2, and they are our race leaders narrowly. The Ballarat Clarendon crew already with some success at this year's regatta. The full field is Ballarat Clarendon in 2, Canberra Girls Grammar in 3, Kinross Walleroy in 4, Queenwood in 5, Canberra Grammar in 6, and Radford College racing in lane 7.
So just two semi-finals now for the Schoolgirls Coxed 4, and then we'll move on to a couple more A-finals, 4 more A-finals if I'm correct, and then some more repechages. So Saturday's program consisting of A-finals in the morning, but broken up by repechages and semi-finals of the school events, and that's often to allow many athletes from their clubs to double up in a few different events. I know we saw the half of the Sydney Rowing Club quad that just won the under-23 lightweight quad, doubling up from a win in the under-21 quad. So the way that Saturday morning program works, a little bit different from most other days here at the Australian Rowing Championships, but one that does allow us to see the best possible racing in our finals.
It is, and you mentioned Sydney Rowing Club, Chris, who we've confirmed are currently leading the medal tally and club point score ahead of Sydney Uni and Mercantile, the current top 3 in that important battle for the clubs. So over on the far side of the course by this crew from Ballarat Clarendon College here in Victoria, Katie Jackson, Lucy Richardson, Ellie McClure, Ruby Lovell and Bailey Tucker, coached by Nicole Plakinski. I've had the pleasure of being able to describe this crew in a few races, not just this week, but in the past few months, and often meeting with great success and some substantial wins. They had to work very hard yesterday to win the under-19 event from coming from behind from Wesley College in that race, but certainly they are the leaders here in the heats, or the semi-final, in fact, it is of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4, and they were clear by 5 seconds over Canberra Girls Grammar School beside them in lane 3. That's Emily McHugh, Sophia Champion de Crespigny, Abby Davis, Lauren Goldie and Catherine Hardman, coached by Carolyn Pipers. And then looked to be Queenwood of Sydney there in 3rd place. Eliza Cook, Charlotte Botha, Phoebe Campbell, Chloe Driver and Lucy Anderson, the Cox there, coached by Kieran Glynn, Ray Boyle and Alan Bennett. So they are our top 3. Of course, a great aspect of this National Championships is watching these school crews who've experienced success in their own programs match up now against the best the country has to offer. And Ballarat Clarendon certainly going well clear here of a very good crew also from Canberra Girls Grammar and the Queenwood School of Sydney, and Canberra Grammar in 4th place, looking maybe for the last of the qualifying spots too as they come home down the outside of the course. But Ballarat Clarendon will take this one out as well, it looks like. So 20 metres to go for our race leaders. Ballarat Clarendon over in lane 2 will be the first crew through to the final of the Schoolgirls Cox 4 by about 3 lengths. So an impressive performance there from them in the end. Second will go indeed to Canberra Girls Grammar School, and Queenwood will do enough to hold on for 3rd place there as well. Queenwood just ahead by about 3/4 of a length from Canberra Grammar. Also 5th place, Kinross Walleroy, and 6th will go to Radford College of the ACT. But it is Ballarat Clarendon in the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox 4, ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar School and Queenwood, the 3 qualifiers through to the A final tomorrow. presentation of medals and the Lucerne Cup for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxsworth 4. Medals will be presented by Noel Donaldson, Rowing Australia Life member and multiple Olympic gold medal winning coach. Second place and silver medalist, Toowong Rowing Club, Austin Dipple, Christian Place, Jack Bowser and Tom Williamson, coached by Leo Karadimitri and Kieran Dwyer. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022 on the Barwon and Banks Rowing Clubs, Sam Ustendorp, Harry Cathcart, Carl Tomchak and Thomas Hastings, coached by Michael Cushion and Thomas Kreber. The Lucerne Cup will now be presented by Noel Donaldson. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
And back down on the course now, we've got the second of two semi-finals in the Schoolgirls at Coxed 4 race 500, just 130 to go at the Australian Rowing Championships. We're almost through there. Who's counting? And it is looks to be the Wilderness School at the head of the field at the 1,000-metre mark, ahead of Farn in second place. We've got three representatives from Loretto schools in this semi-final. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 rather, and Loretto Ballarat in lane 7. So just missing Marriotteville and Toorak, and we would almost have a full complement of Loretto.
There is also a Loretto College in Brisbane, Chris, but not a rowing school, so certainly not likely to be turning up at this regatta. But yes, Loretto Ballarat, Loretto Kirribilli, Loretto Normanhurst all represented. But yes, as Chris mentioned, over on the far side, the crew from the Wilderness School of Adelaide would be our race leaders. Welcome to the regatta, Ben Manifold from the Wilderness School. If he's arrived at this stage, watching carefully, I know on the live stream throughout most of the week from home in Adelaide, but an improving program certainly there at the Wilderness School, with the Trobuses also involved, as we mentioned earlier today. Annalise Roos, Millie Jackson, Zara Hoadley, Georgina Birchall and Olympia Andre. They're the crew coached in this case by Amy Mailing, and they would have the advantage. It was 4.7 seconds over Farn at the 1,500-metre mark, and it's still about the same now. The red boat there of the Farn School, Annabelle Fry, Molly Crosby, Hannah Richards, Laura Cooper and Sophie Rolls there, coached by Sam Manson and Chris Parnham. And then third and in the last at the moment of the qualifying spots and winning the Battle of Loretto would be Loretto Normanhurst, Olivia Lucas, Madison Webster, Elizabeth Powell, Alexandra O'Brien and Sarah Simon, coached by Jeff Patterson. So into the closing strokes now, and the top three pretty well clear, spread out by a couple of lengths in each case. It will certainly be the Wilderness School from Adelaide who will line up alongside Ballarat Clarendon in tomorrow's final of the Schoolgirls Cox 4. It's the Wilderness School by a length and a half ahead of the Farn School of Tasmania in second place. Loretto Normanhurst will be third, so it's lane 2, 3 and 4 who'll be the qualifiers. Loretto Ballarat will finish in fourth place, and Loretto Kirribilli in fifth, with the Kinross Walleroy crew listed for lane 5 having scratched from this race. And looks like 8:02:45 will be the unofficial time, so quite a disparity, about 15 seconds between those two heats for what it is worth. 4.25 seconds the winning margin there for Wilderness School. But about 15 seconds slower than Ballarat Clarendon from the previous heat, which sets up the A final of the Schoolgirls Cox 4 tomorrow. The remaining crews will go to the B final of that race. We're soon to get underway now in the under 23 women's Coxed 8 final. The six crews, 6/8 it is, lining up there at the start, and there's some great shots from the drone of the boats in the start enclosure. We think there may have been a few changes to these crews, but as listed, lane 2 is a Melbourne University, Sydney and Swan River composite crew. Lane 3 is a Mercantile Club crew. Lane 4, a Canned, Pine Rivers and Toowong composite from Brisbane. Lane 6 is a Tasmanian composite crew, Buckingham, New Norfolk, North Esk and Tasmania University. Lane 6 is Sydney University, and Lane 7 is the University of Queensland. These 6 crews lined up, ready to go, and some great shots there from the start. You'll see the power as these 6/8s make their way down the 2,000 metre course at Lake Ngambie, and they are on their way.
And they're off and racing. So we did have a few more crews in this event, and some combined in a little bit of a few medical substitutions, which we don't quite have the full names of. So there are a couple of variations from the names that we may call out here today. So our apologies in advance for any of that. So as crews are underway and charging towards the first 500 metre timing point, it looks like it's the crew on the far side of the course, the Melbourne University composite with Sydney Rowing Club and the Swan River Rowing Club. That's the crew provisionally on our programs as Kayla McManus-Barrett of Sydney Rowing Club, Bridget Harwood, Sarah De Ure of Melbourne University Boat Club, Rebecca Pretorius of the Swan River Rowing Club along with her clubmate Jackie Swick, Isabella Scammell and Lauren Graham of Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, and Eliza Gaffney of the Melbourne University Boat Club, coxed by Lucy Burnell, coached by Mitch Nelson, Lachlan Carter and Mark Beer. That's the crew that looks to have got the ascendancy at in the opening stages of this under-23 women's Coxed 8 final, and they're just a second and a half ahead of the Mercantile BIS crew to their bow side, so about half a boat length ahead of Louisa Bongrain, Henrietta Patterson, Bethany Smack, Emma Haberfield, Hannah Magasanik, Olivia Sargent, Remy Mackay, and Paige Barr, coxed by Mila Hoffman, coached by Mike Mackay and Sam Fennessy. They were in the second position at that first timing point. The Canned composite in third, University of Queensland fourth, the Buckingham composite in fifth, and Sydney University Boat Club in sixth place at that first timing point. But less than 2 seconds separating each of the crews, every crew having overlap at these early stages of the race.
Coming down pretty much in lane order across the course, with the exception there of the University of Queensland over on the northern side, who were sitting in fourth place, might have dropped back to fifth narrowly, but alongside there Sydney Uni, so maybe normal order resuming. And we just about have them, yes, in lane order across the course now, which obviously these crews would have been through a race for lanes a few days ago, but a number of changes and substitutions since then, so it's hard to draw too many conclusions from their seedings across the course, but it is certainly the Melbourne Uni, Sydney and Swan River composite combination stretching out to almost a full length now over Mercantile in second place, as they're about to come through the halfway mark in this under-23 women's Coxed 8 final, and then Canned from Buckingham Composite, Sydney Uni probably narrowly edging out the University of Queensland as they go towards halfway.
And I dare say quite a number of members of this field already with at least one gold medal from this regatta. I know the Melbourne University composite, almost all of those girls got a gold medal either in the under-23 Coxless 4, Coxless pair, or a number of under-21 events over the last 2 days. So a well-established crew out in the lead at this stage. Likewise for the canned composite containing Jave Proberts and Ella Smith of Pine Rivers, who we saw win the double scull, or the quad scull this morning, the double scull yesterday.
And the pair the day before that.
Pair the day before that. So a very successful regatta for these girls, but they won't be used to running third. So a big push required in the latter stages of the course to catch up with the Mercantile Victorian Institute of Sport crew in the second place position on their stroke side.
Yes, the crew there from Tasmania chasing down the Queensland composite crew, that canned Pine Rivers to Wong crew in third at the moment, but I think they'll have to work hard over the last third or so of this race to maintain that. The red boat there of the all Tasmanian composite crew, Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University, along with Kate Oliver, Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell. Jessica Stevens there from Buckingham, Abby Boucher from North Esk, Molly McCausland from New Norfolk, and Isabel Higgins from the Buckingham Rowing Club, coxed by Chloe Mead, coached by Sean Finlayson and Abby Crow. So all different corners of Tasmania represented in that Buckingham composite crew. Next was Sydney University, Oliver Natty, Madeline Vagg, Sophia Whiteman, Grace Turner, Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, Element Zines and Talia Barnett-Heppels. And the crew from the University of Queensland, Lane 7, Elizabeth Newell, Carly Furman, Phoebe Robinson, Alexandra Rooney, Izzy Drew, Ellie Reedy, Lucy Hope, Nancy Duncan-Banks and Chelsea Ashby in that combination as they've now come through 1,500 and Melbourne Uni maintain their lead. So heading up now with about 300 metres to race. Still it is the Melbourne Uni composite combination leading Mercantile. It was 3.5 seconds after 1,500 metres, and canned Pine Rivers to Wong still leading in third place, at least in the battle for the bronze medal. The red boat of the Tasmanian composite crew coming at them in the late stages too. Sydney Uni clearly fifth and the University of Queensland sixth place. So there's every chance they'll finish across the course here in lane order. Certainly that composite crew, which although it's listed as the Melbourne Uni composite crew, looks to be predominantly Sydney Rowing Club for here. Also Melbourne University and Swan River involved in that combination, and they lead this by what looks to be just clear water from Mercantile in second place. Then canned Pine Rivers to Wong. The Pine Rivers girls there in the centre of the boat may have a bronze medal to go with their stack of gold to take home, but the Tasmanians chasing hard in the red boat as well, but the win is going to go over on the far side of the course to the Melbourne University, Sydney and Swan River composite crew in the under-23 Women's Cox State Championship of Australia. They go across them with a length and a half clear, so Melbourne Uni take the win on lane 2. Second place goes to Mercantile, lane 3, and third will indeed be the Queensland crew, canned Pine Rivers and Toowong, the bronze medal. Fourth, the Tasmanians from Buckingham, New Norfolk, North Esk and Tasmania University Boat Club. Fifth will go to Sydney Uni, and sixth place then it's the crew from the University of Queensland in the under-23 Women's Cox 8 Championship of Australia.
That's Sydney University crew. I reckon half of those girls, that's their third race of the morning. Yeah, some of them, a bunch of them were in the 21 quad, a bunch of them were in the 23 quad. All of them have done at least 2.
Just looking through the names on this list, to a number of the rowers in this race are doing, we think, probably their second or third race of the day. So a remarkable effort to compete over 2,000 metres that many times over the course of this morning's races. But those unofficial results there up on screen in the final of the under-23 Women's Cox 8. It was the Melbourne Uni composite crew, the race winners from Mercantile, and the canned composite crew in third, Buckingham composite fourth, Sydney Uni fifth, University of Queensland in sixth place. The time is 6:47.59, and the margin just adjusted slightly to 5.07 seconds in the under-23 Women's Cox 8. That presentation will come shortly.
Melbourne University back-to-back in the 23 Men's Cox 8, and then their composite crew in the 23 Women's Cox 8. So great things happening in the Pathways program at the Melbourne University Boat Club.
Absolutely, and that will move them maybe a couple of spots up the medal table as well for Melbourne Uni, with some good results so far this morning.
down on the course now. We're just awaiting a start, seeing the boys getting aligned. We should have a start in about 2 minutes or so for race 502, the under-23 men's coxless quadruple scull. In lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club, Max Crow, Brad Graham, Harry Crouch and Torrin Olsen, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 3, a composite of Western Australian, Melbourne University and Canberra Rowing Clubs. Cormac Hayes from Canberra, supported by the ACT High Performance Program. Felix Oliver and Lucas Matic from Melbourne University Boat Club. And Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club, and supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport, coached there by Matthew Ryan and Dave Framano. And then in lane 4, a composite crew from Adelaide University, Corio Bay, UTS Haberfield and Buckingham Rowing Clubs. Lucas Wigston from Buckingham and the TIS. Alexander Wood of University of Technology, Sydney. Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay and Nick Blackman of Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute. That crew coached by Brett Crow, Alex Field and Lee Hall-Sullivan. So 3 pretty high quality crews here lining up for the final of the under-23 men's quadruple scull, and then just battling some very different conditions on the start line to what we're seeing just 2,000 metres up the road at the finish line. A pretty significant cross breeze there, impeding the crews to some degree. Obviously some messy strokes there in the opening stages of the race there from the UTS Adelaide Uni, Corio Bay and Buckingham combination on the northern side of the course, and likewise for the Sydney Rowing Club combination on the far side of the course, who appear to have just come to a stop in the opening stages of the race.
Yeah, they have stopped running. I also thought that the other crew on the far side had done the same, but no, they continue. So there's been an issue there certainly for Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, and the race looks to be continuing. So Sydney Rowing Club will have no option but to row over the course, you'd think, for the bronze medal, but still stranded there, and the rescue boat coming over to assist. So clearly something of significance has happened to that crew early in the race, unfortunately for them.
Only counting 7 oars there. I think they may have lost one, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. There's a looks like the 2-seat of that crew may have lost or broken an oar there, and actually the wonders of technology. We can zoom in there now and see the rescue boat attending to that boat. So it looks like the athletes are all fine, although not entirely happy, I suspect, with their predicament.
Or with the drone footage.
And the drone politely waved away down the course. I think lucky we didn't catch any more of that. So a race in 2 now it will be for the medals. It'll be gold and silver only in any case, with just 3 crews in the race. So these two crews still racing for those 2 medals.
A tight race unfolding as well. A little match race at the head of the field. If we do have the, actually unsure as to, so I know if there's only 3 crews in a race, only the top 2 will receive medals. But if one of those crews doesn't finish the race.
An interesting question for our officials. I would tend to take the view that as 3 crews started the race, it would not be necessarily fair on the second place crew to fail to receive a medal if the third place crew didn't finish, especially if there was through no fault of their own. But wiser minds than ours, I guess, will have to make that call quite quickly.
Anyway, I'm sure we'll have confirmation of that after the crews come across the line, but as far as they know, these 2 crews are battling it out for the gold medal, and we'll seek some confirmation on the members of the crew on the near side of the courses.
I see a lot of UTS colours, yes.
Zooties, and on our program, I do only have 1 UTS Haberfield Zooty supposedly present, so I'll just confirm that one. The UTS crew.
They are leading the
Harry
race
Curtin
too, it must be
of
said.
UTS Haberfield, Marcus Delamata and Alex Wood, also of UTS Haberfield, and Xavier Hall-Sullivan there in the stroke seat from Corio Bay Rowing Club. So Harry Curtin and Marcus Delamata in replacing Lucas Wigston.
and Nick Blackman.
Nick Blackman.
Yes.
Yeah,
So it is now just a Corio Bay UTS crew, which make things a bit easier for us over the concluding stages of the race.
And the West Australian composite crew that we see on the screen there, that's the combination of Lucas Matic, Felix Oliver, Cormac Hayes and Alex Rossi, unchanged from the programmed crew and currently sitting about one boat length behind the UTS Haberfield crew. And as we have seen in the fantastic live footage of Henley Royal Regatta over the last couple of years, once a little bit of clear water is broken in a match race, it is very, very difficult to overcome that margin and move back into contention for medals. And that's exactly what UTS Haberfield will just be trying to do in the next over the next 100 metres or so as they just try to break contact. It looks like they maybe have just a foot or so of clear water between their stern and the bow ball of the Melbourne University, West Australian Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club composites. And as they cross the 1500 metre line, we can see exactly that, about 3 metres of clear water between the two crews. So UTS Haberfield striding towards the line for hopefully a win in the under-23 men's quadruple scull. And it's the combination of Harry Curtin, Marcus Delamata, Alexander Wood and Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay. You can see on the screen there, looking very tidy indeed for an under-23 men's quadruple scull. And handy time considering the conditions through the 1500 metre marks, 4:45 to that timing point, and a margin of 3.6 seconds back to their only competitors on the course at this stage, the West Australian Rowing Club combination of Hayes, Oliver, Matic and Rossi, coached there by Matthew Ryan and Dave Framano. The crew will have to settle for second place and will confirm whether that second place is a silver medal or not in the instance of a crew not finishing the course.
There's a boat moving down, I think, towards us, Chris, so it may well be that Sydney Rowing Club are back on the water.
To be moving towards the warm-up
towards the pontoons. Okay,
Don't think they'll be interested in rowing 1900 metres with 3 crew members.
No.
Especially with the fantastic crowds that we've got down here for day 6 of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships, as the UTS Haberfield and Corio Bay combination of Harry Curtin, Marcus Delamata, Alexander Wood and Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay cross the finish line to take the national championship in the under-23 men's quadruple scull. The West Australian Rowing Club composite of the West Australian Rowing Club composite, Cormac Hayes of Canberra, Felix Oliver and Lucas Matic of Melbourne University and Alex Rossi of West Australian Rowing Club in second place.
The unofficial results there in race 502, the final of the under-23 men's quad scull. The race won by the Corio Bay and UTS Haberfield composite crew on lane 4, ahead of the West Australian Rowing Club, Melbourne University and Canberra Rowing Club composite crew, lane 3. And as noted, the Sydney Rowing Club had a shipwreck early in the race and have now rowed off the course and returned to the boating area. So just a 2-boat race in the end in the under-23 men's quad scull. The winners there, 6:22.64 the time, and their margin 4.66 seconds. Presentation of medals for the under-23 Women's Cox 8 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Debbie Spring, President of Rowing Victoria. Third place and bronze medalist representing the Cairns, Pine Rivers and Toowong Rowing Clubs, Giselle Graham, Molly Salisbury, Georgia Stoddart, Rosie Turnbull, Jess Scott, Jay Proberts, Ella Smith, Lukey Smith and Jono Cook, coached by Scott Rowe and Ray Smith. Silver medalists, second place, Mercantile Rowing Club, Louisa Bongrain, Henrietta Patterson, Bethany Mack, Eva Haberfield, Hannah Magasanik, Olivia Sargent, Remy Mackay, Paige Barr,
and Miller Hoffman, coached by Michael Mackay and Sam Fennessy. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022 from the Melbourne University, Sydney and Swan River Rowing Clubs, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Juliette Roy-Smith, Sarah de Ure, Isabella Scammell, Jackie Swick, Bridget Harwood, Lauren Graham, Eliza Gaffney and Lucy Burnell, coached by Mitch Nelson, Lachlan Carter and Mark Beer. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. So from the under-23 men's quad scull race just concluded, we'll have the presentation of that shortly. But now a combined event here in what should be both, yes, the PR2 mixed double scull and also the PR3 mixed coxed four. So two races in one, and the first of those is underway. A handicap start here as we combine these two events. So the PR2 mixed double scull there of Simon Albury and Kat Ross are on their way. This was the combination that did represent Australia in the Tokyo Paralympics last year. And they are on their way first. So that's race 503, which will be held in conjunction with race 504, which is the PR3 mixed cox four, which seems to return to the water of our co-commentator Stuart John in this race. But the full field of four is Sydney University, ANU, Banks and Mercantile in lane 3. Bundaberg, ANU and Balmain racing in lane 4. Balmain, Shellharbour and the Australian National University in lane 5. And then it is Drummoyne, University of Queensland, Nestles and Lake Macquarie racing in lane 6. I'm not sure exactly what the handicap start is here, but it's obviously over a minute as that pair, the double scull in fact, the PR2 mixed double scull is on its way down the, certainly from that angle, the very placid looking waters of Lake Ngambie. And now also the four Cox fours are on their way down the course.
And as probably predicted, the crew on the far side of the course, lane 3's crews, the Sydney University composite. That's Jess Gallagher of Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sports, Susanna Lutz of Banks Rowing Club, Nicholas Neils of the Australian National University, and James Talbot of Sydney University Boat Club and supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That crew coxed by T-Sun Koo. And that crew is, at the moment, provisionally or made up of members of the squad for the PR3 Mixed Cox 4 to represent Australia at the Gavirate Para-Rowing Regatta, I believe, is the first event that they'll be attending overseas this year.
This is the event that Lizzie Chapman coached the Australian crew into the Tokyo Paralympics as well. We could use Lizzie in commentary at this stage when the para-rowing events coming in. Unfortunately not with us this morning, but she's resting her voice for the interstate regatta tomorrow afternoon as well.
Suggestion here that we get a microphone on Stuart John, who is out there in lane number 4, the Bundaberg composite. Stuart joining us for the commentary this week, and has been a great asset, particularly in the para events alongside Lizzie Chapman.
He knows a lot about rowing, and I've only met Stuart for the first time this week, but I've no doubt he could talk and race at the same time, I think, with consummate professionalism the whole way down the course. But a good battle here between these top two coxed fours, it looks like. So that is Bundaberg. In fact, that's one crew that's gone well clear, hasn't it? So that's the Sydney Uni combination on the far side of the course, who are by far the leading Cox 4. And then we go back to the race, which was for second in this race. But the double scull still of ANU and Torrens leads the race. And then the Sydney Uni composite combination. So the margins won't make a great deal of sense in this particular phase of the race as the Cox 4s head out after our leading crew in the PR2 mixed double scull. So Simon Albury and Catherine Ross there remain in front. And then the
very well-credentialed crew there of Sydney University in second place. Nicholas Neals in that boat, the winner of the single scull event back 2 or 3 days ago at this regatta, rowing in company with Jess Gallagher, Susanna Lutzer, and also James Talbot.
Nicholas Neals, all right, I think he'd be my pick for the single tomorrow. Say, having won the single scull, and a very, very rapidly developing sculler from the Australian National University.
Yes, and that, of course, is the first race of the interstate regatta, the PR3 interstate single sculls for both men and women. Race that, yes, Mac Russell has dominated in recent years for Queensland, but Nicholas Neals, I think, will certainly add a fair degree of competition to that race. So through the 1,000-metre mark, now the halfway point of this combined race, the PR2 mixed double scull and the PR3 mixed coxed 4. And it is, of course, still that double scull in front, but it's been reduced from, I think, 58 or so seconds after 500 metres to 35 seconds. Our leading coxed 4 goes out after this double scull. And if the handicapper has done their job, then it may well be very interesting in the closing stages of this race. So this Australian representative mixed double scull of Simon Albury and Kat Ross continue to be the leading boat on the course. They'll certainly be the first through the 1,500 metre mark. We'll see how that margin has changed. It was 35.64 seconds after 1,000 metres. So Simon Albury and Kat Ross, who I think won the B final at the Tokyo Paralympics in this combination, and no doubt have further Australian representative honours on their mind as well. And they're looking also towards the national title, of course, here in the PR2 mixed double scull. And behind them we have the lane 3 combination there from Sydney Uni. That is the lane 4 crew there, it looks like. The lane 5 crew, in fact, they're the Balmain Shellharbour ANU composite crew. Lauren Webber, Rebecca Jones, Kevin Wall, Jack Calderon and Sarah Ellis. We've just been advised that the official difference at the start was 75 seconds between the double scull and the coxed 4. So that's been wound back to what was 17 seconds after 1,500 metres, and it's ever reducing. So the real interest here is, can this Sydney Uni composite crew catch up to the double scull?
Yeah, looks like a great race unfolding there at the head of the field. 2 separate events, of course, but a great, definitely a great training paddle for these 2 crews of Australian representatives out here this morning in the PR2 mixed double scull and the PR3 mixed cox 4. Just, crews on the screen there. That's the Balmain composite crew in the Bundaberg composite rather.
That's Stuart John there.
Stuart John
in the stroke seat of the boat.
Yeah, in the Balmain composite.
He was explaining to me before that glove on his left hand, how it helps with, obviously allows him to grip the oar. So it is quite incredible the equipment used in some of these para rowing events. But that's the crew that sits back on this side of the course at this stage. But coming up to the line, have a look at this work between that 75-second difference has been wound back to less than a length as they head towards the line. The double scull is holding on ever so narrowly, and they'll get there by a canvas. What a finish in the combined PR2 mixed double scull and PR3 mixed Cox 4. It is Simon Albury and Kat Ross who will take the race and also take the national title in the PR2 mixed double scull. Another medal for their already impressive collection. And then winning the PR3 mixed Cox 4 and getting so close to overhauling that PR2 double scull was the Sydney Uni composite crew. Jessica Gallagher of Mercantile, Susanna Lutz of Banks, Nicholas Neals of the ANU. Another gold medal for him and James Talbot of Sydney University, coxed by Thiessen Koo and coached by Sam Fennessy, Dave Fermano and Christopher Holliday. Looks like it'll be the Drummoyne composite crew next to head up to the line. Lisa Gracel, I think that's actually pronounced. Aaron Skinner of Nestles in Victoria. Mac Russell, we've mentioned, from the University of Queensland Boat Club, will add another medal to his collection. Julia Story, also from the Drummoyne Rowing Club, coxed by Kathleen Hextall. In the Balmain composite combination, Lauren Webber of Balmain, Rebecca Jones of the ANU, Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour, and Jack Calderon from Balmain. As they approach the line, they're coached by Edward Bean, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan, and they will take the bronze medal in the PR3 mixed Cox 4. And then it's the Bundaberg ANU Balmain combination, lane 2, Eleanor Taylor, Rebecca Markwell, Stuart John, and Christian Lane Krebs, not quite in crew order there, with Stuart John in the stroke seat as they come across, and Craig de Cox, Barbara Ramjam, and Craig and Alan Goff, also the coaches of that crew, the Bundaberg composite combination in the PR3 mixed Cox 4. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Paul Thompson, MBE, Rowing Australia Performance Director. Second place and silver medalist from the West Australian, Melbourne University and Canberra Rowing Clubs, Cormac Hayes, Felix Oliver, Lucas Maddock and Alex Rossi, coached by Matt Ryan and Dave Romano. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022 from the Corio Bay and UTS Haberfield rowing clubs, Harry Curtin, Marcus Delamata, Alexander Wood and Xavier Hall Sullivan, coached by Elliot Shackloff Bertinetti, Alex Field and Lee Hall Sullivan. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
So we go quickly from para rowing to the first repechage of the schoolgirls Cox Quad Scale approaching its conclusion here. Ballarat Grammar Lane 2, Corowa Anglican Girls School Lane 3, Newcastle Grammar in 4, Bridgetine College in Lane 5, and Shelford Girls Grammar School in Lane 6. Just 2 to go through here to the semi-finals of this big field in the schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull. It looks to be the 2 crews over on the far side from Ballarat Grammar and Corowa, 2 Victorian schools currently in the qualifying positions here with about 200 metres still to race. So over on the far side of the course, the Ballarat Grammar combination, Perry Eaton, Amber McClure, Ella Flamsteed, Keela Walker and Genevieve Pittard, the Cox of that crew, leading by just over a length or so from Corowa, Sienna Valanis, Annabelle Phipps-Parson, Maddie Pavlovich, Mia Smith and Kiara Thompson. They're coached by Annika Spears. The top 2 well clear as we once again have a big field of 5 repechages, 6 repechages in fact, in the schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull, and it will be Ballarat Grammar going across to win the first of them. So the top 2 here will go through to the semi-finals, the major semi-finals at least, and remain alive in the hunt for the A final. Ballarat Grammar first, Corowa Anglican Girls School in second place, and then it will be all the way back to Lane 6, Shelford Girls Grammar School, narrowly missing out there in third place. Fourth will be Newcastle Grammar, and fifth place Bridgetine College from the Gold Coast?
No, from Brisbane.
From Brisbane?
They ran
from the western suburbs, yes, of course. The
Centenary Rowing Club, coached by Cody Allen and Tanya Bremer.
That's the one.
And their first appearance at the Australian Rowing Championship. So welcome, Bridgetine College. You'll have a ton of fun if you keep this going.
Yeah, the Centenary Rowing Club's done a great job in the western suburbs of Brisbane to bring some new schools into the rowing world, and Bridgetine College, the latest of those. But they will go through in fifth place there to the F final, it appears, and Ballarat Grammar and Corowa Anglican Girls School are through to the A final from Repechage 1 as we welcome back Ray Abbott.
Thanks, mate. Ballarat Grammar first, Corowa Anglican Girls School second, Shelford Girls Grammar third, Newcastle Grammar fourth, Bridgetine College fifth, 8 minutes and 0.66 of the second, 8:00.66. The margin 5.68, 11.30 and 22.89. Repechage 2 is underway, Richard. In lane 2, Strathcona. Lane 3, Melbourne Girls College. Lane 4, Arana. Lane 5, Kinross Wallaroy. And lane 6 is Fintanar. So there's a lot of emphasis on the correct syllable here, there's no doubt about that.
Yes, indeed. You've got to be careful where you do, how you say these ones. But Strathcona Lane 2 are the crew that possibly somewhat surprised by winning the head of the schoolgirls in Geelong a couple of weeks ago, ahead of Wrighton Girls, who are the multiple both Victorian and national champions. But Wrighton, I note, did very well in the heats yesterday, I think going straight through to the semi-finals. So Strathcona here looking to join them there.
So yes, the far side of the course, the crew from Strathcona have gotten a nice look back at the rest of the field. The Kinross Wallaroy School on this side, second from the spectator side, would hold second comfortably. And those two crews look as though they'll advance to the semi-finals from this repechage.
Yeah,
plenty of racing for when you have a big entry. There's quarterfinals and semi-finals and all sorts of things. So they're all getting their seat money's worth, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, they are indeed. It's great to see these big fields. Certainly the Victorian crews used to this because the head of the schoolgirls, that we discussed before, is raced on a 4-lane course in Geelong. So regularly the top crews are having to go through quarterfinals as well as repechages and semis just to make the 4-boat A final. And that's what the Strathcona crew went through a couple of weeks ago and went all the way to win that title.
I saw some of that live streaming and it seems quite manic, really, that regatta.
One word for it, 480 races we had. So this regatta over a week, 623 races. We had 480 races in 3 days at Geelong, 3 minutes apart the whole way through 3 days of racing, but a great regatta.
As Strathcona draw to the line, they're going to win this repechage, go through to the semi-final. In second place will be Kinross Wallaroy. Well done to Arana. They're from the ACT.
Correct.
And their first national rowing championships as well. Then in fourth place will be Melbourne Girls College. and 5th will be Fintanar. So the winning time there, unofficially 7:59.60, and the margin's 18.53 by 4.42 by 4.55. Repechage 3 is underway in lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar School. Lane 3, Strathcona. Lane 4, Canberra Grammar. Lane 5, Furbank Grammar. And lane 6 is Gippsland Grammar School.
The presentation of medals for the PR2 Mixed Double Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Gordon Marks, head para rowing coach for Rowing Australia. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Simon Albury from Torrens and Catherine Ross of the Australian National University. Crew is coached by Renee Domashens and Christine McLaren. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
So yes, in this Repechage 3, Rockhampton Grammar in lane 2, Strathcona in 3, Canberra Grammar in lane 4, Furbank Grammar in lane 5, and in lane 6 is a crew from Gippsland Grammar. Rockhampton Grammar has a rich history in this event. Greta McCosker, Asher Stewart, Georgia Brennan, Caroline Sparks, Austin Alloway is the coxswain and the coach. Robin Fay, who's been up there for quite some time, and the new rowing coordinator at Rockhampton Grammar School, Caitlin Hockings, who relocated from Brisbane late last year to take on that job when John Smythe left to take on the rowing head coach's job, or the coordinator of rowing at the Southport School.
Yeah, it's a great location up there in Rockhampton too. You and I have had many happy regattas there in the past, watching racing on the banks of the Fitzroy River.
And the home for the Australian rowing team in their preparation for the Tokyo Olympic Games.
That's right. That's right, to try and find a climate somewhat similar to that which they would experience in Tokyo, and obviously it worked out quite well.
Absolutely, and I did. Ray Smith, who's had a fantastic regatta, and I had the pleasure of towing the men's boats up for them and back again. Working our way through
Canberra, that's right, yeah.
Working our way through COVID restrictions and stopping.
Borders closing behind.
Yeah, exactly,
right. Yeah.
and broken windscreens and the like. Yeah.
Move on to the presentation of medals for the PR3 Mixed Cox 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Gordon Marks, head para rowing coach for Rowing Australia. Medals will in fact be presented by Dr. Renee Domashens, Tokyo 2020 Paralympian. Third place and bronze medalist from the Balmain, Shellharbour and Australian National University rowing clubs, Lauren Webber, Rebecca Jones, Kevin Wall and Jack Calderon. Coxed by Sarah Ellis, who is coached by Edward Ben, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. Second place,
And silver medalists, representing the Drummoyne, University of Queensland, Nestles and Lake Macquarie rowing clubs, Lisa Greisel, Aaron Skinner, Mac Russell and Julia Story, coxed by Kathleen Hextell. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Jessica Gallagher from Mercantile, Susanna Lutzer from Banks, Nicholas Neals from the Australian National University, and James Talbot from Sydney University Boat Club, who is coxed by Thiessen Koo, coached by Sam Fennessy, David Framano and Christopher Holliday. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
And Strathcona going for a race-to-race double here. Ava Freeman, Lily Douglas, Lee Leeton, Sophie McIntosh and Esther Young is the coxswain.
The Bob Blake Shield for the winner of the para-rowing point score will now also be presented by Tim Morris, the president of Rowing Tasmania, to Margot Harley, the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. So New South Wales, the winners of the Bob Blake Shield.
Strathcona and Rockhampton Grammar spread eagle this field here in Repechage 3. Both of those crews going through to the semi-final. Strathcona will be first, Rockhampton Grammar will be second. The crew from Gippsland Grammar has come through now into third place. It looks like there's been two pretty serious shipwrecks in Furbank Grammar and Canberra Grammar, and those crews are now trying to limp across the line. Furbank with a person in 3-seat not participating, and Canberra Grammar with a person in 2-seat not participating. That only happened in the last 100 metres or so.
It did, yeah. I don't think any, unless the crews came together at some point. They are in adjacent lanes, but
yeah. No, but it's Strathcona first, Rockhampton Grammar second, Gippsland Grammar third, Furbank will be fourth, and fifth will be the crew from Canberra Grammar. Winning time 8.09.34, just 0.8 between Strathcona and Rockhampton Grammar, 36.22 back to third place and 20.27 back to fourth. So that result is unofficial, 8.09.34, 0.8 by 36.22 by 20.27. And the fourth repechage is on the course in lane 2, Strathcona. Lane 3, Pymble Ladies. Lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon. Lane 5, Damascus. Lane 6, Gippsland Grammar. It's hard not to think that it's a Strathcona-a-thon here.
it is becoming that way. Let's add a few more syllables to that one. Strathcona looking likely to take out 3 races in a row ahead of this time of Ballarat Clarendon College. So again, a couple of Victorian schools at the head of the field here. Pymble Ladies in third place there from Sydney. Gippsland Grammar again with their second crew and these repechages of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, and Damascus College from Ballarat as well racing, but back in 5th place. So top 2 only to go through.
Can you name all 6 schools in Ballarat that have got boat sheds there?
Well, yes, there's Ballarat Clarendon, Loretto Ballarat, Ballarat Grammar, Ballarat High, St Pat's, and Damascus College.
So 7 boat sheds?
Yes. Most. Damascus College itself is slightly outside Ballarat. The others are all basically surround the lake, and they've got those big boat sheds on the shores of the lake. There's also, of course, the Ballarat City Rowing Club and the Wendouree Ballarat Club as well. So a number of, quite impressive and substantial boat sheds that surround the lake there. But better known for their racing in Cox Fours, which has been the tradition in Ballarat right since the early days of Ballarat rowing, but doing well in the quad sculls as well. And this crew of Phoebe Ma, Maya Salmi, Taya Kirsanovs, Delaney Troon and Molly Cooper, coached by John King, who was the principal sponsor of the Ballarat Regatta that took place over 2 days late January.
But Strathcona maybe narrowly edging him out.
Oh,
Matilda
it's getting
Stoltz,
close,
Sarah
Richard.
Blakely, Lucy Parsons, Belle Schenk, and Lexi Patience. Strathcona narrowly looked to be slowing down late. Ballarat Clarendon challenging, but not quite. But they'll both go through in any case.
It's a treble. 3 wins in a row to Strathcona. Second is the crew from Ballarat Clarendon. Third then is Pymble Ladies College from Sydney. Fourth will be Gippsland Grammar. Fifth will be the crew from Damascus. I reckon I haven't been to Ballarat for a regatta since 1985. Richard, how old were you then?
Well, I was 6
Okay.
in 1985, and yeah, I'm guessing I wasn't at that same regatta. Was that the Nationals of that the last Nationals to be held on Lake Wendouree?
It was the famous Nationals when the ABC were covering the regatta, and the aluminium scaffolding was up with the dishes to broadcast back to all over Australia, and it blew that hard that it blew the aluminium scaffolding into the water.
Yeah, look.
It was something I'll never forget because it was freezing, and then an hour later I had my shoes and socks off, dangling my legs in the water trying to cool down. And then when the regatta finished, I drove into Melbourne with my wife and 2 kids to stay with friends, and we drove through a hailstorm and a windscreen wiper flew off the car.
I was going to say that wind in Ballarat's very unusual, but obviously you've been there enough times to know that things can change extremely quickly on Lake Wendouree.
Repechage 5 underway in lane 2, Brendan Shaw. Lane 3, Trinity Lutheran from the Gold Coast. Lane 4, Lowther Hall. Lane 5 is Redlands, and lane 6 is Somerset College. So Brendan Shaw from Tasmania, Devonport,
yep.
and Trinity Lutheran, the Gold Coast. Lowther Hall
From Melbourne.
Redlands from Sydney, used to be the old Skeggs Redlands, and Somerset College from the Gold Coast. And a big shout out to Pia Richards, who's at the Somerset College these days, following the departure of Andrew Butler.
Yeah, Pierre's been back and forwards a couple of times. He was at All Hallows in the early 2010s and spent a few years
Nudgee
in Adelaide.
College.
Nudgee College as well.
South Australian by birth, Pia.
Yes.
Yes, but Andrew Butler did a great job at Somerset College for a number of years, but now plying his trade building boat trailers.
Why not?
Yeah.
Plenty of demand for those. I'm
Well,
sure.
there's only about 78 of them over in that paddock over there.
Yeah, exactly right. Just on the Strathcona crews, we've seen take out the 3 previous seats. I was just checking which crew was which. The winner of Repechage 2 is their Division 1 Quad Scull, who were the head of the Schoolgirls champions. That was back in Repechage 2. The crew that won Repechage 3 there is their second division quad. And then also in the race, they have their intermediate or Year 10 Quad Scull as well. So, sorry, Year 9 Quad Scull. So a younger crew appearing in that event as well. So Strathcona with great depth in these events.
Absolutely. How big a school is it?
Yeah, now you're testing me. I can name you the Ballarat schools, but population sizes of Melbourne schools. But they are certainly a strong rowing program at the Strathcona school. But it was their first ever win in the Quad Scull at the head of the schoolgirls this year after many years of trying.
And you were able to give me an explanation of the virtual school?
The virtual school, yes, is Lily Rose Hall Krause, who rode for the virtual school, is actually from Bairnsdale, a member of the Bairnsdale Rowing Club, but she virtually attends the virtual school, which is, I guess, what we would used to call a correspondence school of some sort in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, not far from home, actually, in Thornbury is their official address, but being virtual, the point is you don't have to physically be there, so she attends